some farming simulator. For those who haven't seen, we've been doing the Survivor Man Challenge. And what the Survivor Man Challenge is, well, actually, first, the only mod I have loaded here is Universal Autoloader. All these other ones that are unticked, they don't apply, so no super strength or anything like that, and the rest is just DLC for the game, official stuff. But, so what ended up happening is we started this run, and what I gave myself was a chainsaw, $0. We have a bus that we use as, it's basically a house, we sleep in it to fast forward time, and I gave myself a truck. Now, the rules are, I may not sell the truck, because I wasn't allowed to instantly give myself money. I may not take loans or leases, so I can't do those things like instantly influx money or give myself a piece of tool. I've got to work my way up. And with that, I have slowly worked our way up to the point that we've got quite a bit going on. I'll give a quick tour when we hop in here, and we'll go from there. So here is the bus that we sleep in, complete with our wood fire stove, the bed that no one should ever make physical contact with, and some MREs. The rust is just the way it looks. Here's the truck. We don't use it that much anymore, but we use this to haul logs at the beginning to be able to afford our way up to some greenhouses. We have this little teeny tiny 25 horsepower tractor. This is all it does now. It moves water. But in our greenhouses, we got tomatoes, strawberries, and lettuce growing. But on top of that, you can see I've got myself a whole bunch of nice little, I believe we're growing wheat in these fields right now. And then we've got a granary, and then you can't quite see it on the other side of the granary is a bakery. There's our bakery over there. And that's what I've got set up for the moment. And if I remember correctly, yeah, we were harvesting was where we ended up last stream. But yeah, so things have been going pretty well. You'll notice I'm basically broke. Get used to it. That's pretty much the constant of our run. But yeah, so we are in the middle of harvesting all of our wheat. And the current priorities is, one, I want to put a warehouse next to the granary we've got back there, because that'll make my life much easier for dealing with all the pallets. Two is I want to get a new header for this, which the new header, the warehouse costs $29,000. The new header for this will cost us about $100,000. That we will literally pull up about 3 times the width for our harvest, so it'll just make it way, way, way faster. And then the next thing after that is we'd want to get the bigger planter. Same idea, taking our little dinky tiny planter that takes me forever to do the planting, jump it up to 3 times the width. So you probably will have to have the little bit of the slow collection we've had on this one, you know, the same as we have been doing. But the hope would be that next season, when we do our cash out, we will be able to at least get the bigger header. But we'll see. But yeah, so if I get the warehouse, what I could do is I can have these 2 buildings deliver directly to the warehouse, as opposed to me having to manually run them back and forth, as well as our greenhouses. And that means I can just go to the warehouse and go, oh, it's time for me to collect my bread, to sell all my bread. And then we just, you know, grab all the bread, take all the bread to the sell point and sell it. And it should give us considerably more money than we've had. To give you an idea, 2 streams ago is when we built our granary, if I remember correctly. And when we built our granary, we went from making about 20 or so profit per harvest of, you know, whatever I have in the field, to we're making, as best I could tell, around the area of like $40,000-ish. And then we added the bakery in there, which would give us another 1.5 times the payout. So we should be making probably all the way up to $80,000 on just the crop here, and then tack on like another 20 or so thousand dollars that we make from the greenhouse just doing greenhouse things. So we should be pulling in almost $100,000 a year, give or take a little. Which would be really good. We've already done the 2 big fields we've harvested this season. So those 2 fields over there are already done. I'm working on this one. I still got that little one over there. For this one, I'm literally just going to take whatever we pull into the harvester and just drop it off manually here and not bother getting the trailer involved just because I'm right here. By the time we get the trailer involved, it'll take the same amount of time. But I've very much been enjoying this challenge. People seem to have been tuning into it for a whole lot. Alright, so we still got about 25-ish minutes till it's New Year's here. And like I said, when we do hit New Year's, I will take like just a couple minutes to take a quick break, do the countdown for when it's New Year's in my location. As well as, wish my wife a New Year's. If she comes in here, I'll just do that here. If she, if not, like, I'll go get her kind of thing. We'll probably do it in here. Just wish a Happy New Year's, all that kind of stuff. So I do hope everyone is having a good closeout for this year. And whether this year's gone good, bad, or otherwise for you, I do hope that your next year, your 2024 to come, that it ends up being a good one, or at least better than this year for you. And even if you had a really good year this year, I hope the next one's better for you as well. I personally have been pretty happy with how this year has turned out overall for myself. For me, like, there's been a lot of things that I am happy with the way they have. Like, I've known I've had ADHD for somewhere in the area of like 4 to 5 years. And this year I finally did get my diagnosis. So, whenever it comes up as a topic saying I probably have ADHD, instead I could say I have ADHD. It's not a big thing. It hasn't been like life-changing for me or anything like that, considering, like I said, I kind of already knew I had it. And as far as like my mitigation stuff, I did a little bit of ADHD coaching kind of thing, but ultimately I haven't followed through with it because it's ridiculously expensive. So I wasn't getting that much benefit for it personally, but everyone's different. But my ADHD has already been pretty well managed, so it's not been that big a deal. But it was nice having it down on paper, and then plus, if I should run into a situation where people act in a way prejudiced against me for that status, it does give me a little bit of ability to defend myself. Not that that's ever been an issue, but it is one of those things that does happen. And that's not a thing that employers are allowed to take into consideration when considering whether or not to hire you. Now, granted, usually the answer is you don't say anything, they don't get to ask, and everyone's cool, but if you choose to disclose it, they shouldn't be allowed to use it against you. Not that stops them. Like, if people ask me what I'd advise, I'd probably say don't say anything. Not unless you really know the people there and trust them. I would almost say just don't say anything, unfortunately. But that was the one thing, is to get that diagnosis, which again has still been helpful. Mostly for conversational purposes, nothing super important. The other thing I did is I got to go to New Zealand this past year. I went there for XLCon, and that was a blast. Even if the second half of it got COVID, not a good time. Luckily, we were fully vaccinated, so it was a fairly mild case, but still. It did mean sheltering in place, kind of avoiding other people until it went away. But luckily, the only thing we missed because of that was the glowworms. We had managed to knock out all of the other things I wanted to do, and that team wanted to do, other than that one thing before we started becoming symptomatic and went, oh, I guess we're sick. So that back half of that was a bit of a bummer, but we still had an excellent time. It was still really good, really cool seeing Auckland, getting to see Hobbiton, getting to do XLCon, getting to do the Auckland, what do they call it? The big giant tower thing they have in Auckland where you can sit over there, like, so you can see like all the volcanoes and all that they have there. Getting to see, I'm blanking on the name, but the people who did the special effects for Lord of the Rings and a whole bunch of them. I'm blanking on their name. You saw a Sasquatch on your farm? Probably not. But, I'm blanking on their name all of a sudden. But basically, it's the people who do a bunch of movie and game special effects. But very famously, their big thing was that they did the Lord of the Rings movies. We got to see, they have like a whole exhibit there. We got to see a museum based around like special effects and that kind of thing, of like optical illusion kind of things. Oh, you hear his howl every now and then? Yeah, like the really weird wolf howl. And then let's see, what else do we do? There was another thing we did there. We we got to see a Maui we got to see the hot springs as well as the one of the Maui museum areas, whatever. The Weta workshop. Thank you. I was sitting there like I had the W, but I was trying to add like 4 too many syllables to it. And, you know, in my head I'm like, I know that's wrong. But yeah, the Weta workshop. And we got to see the location in Auckland. They've got 2 locations down there. So that was really cool. And we also got to see where they had, it was a they were in captivity, but they were kiwi birds that they were working on trying to help them out, because kiwi birds are like super endangered. So they're trying to help with recovering the population. So we got to do a ton of stuff there. We got to do TwitchCon in Vegas, which was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with that. Got to meet up with all the Halcyon Frequency people while I was there, as well as a whole bunch of other content creators that I've interacted with on the platform in the past. And all that good stuff, which is a lot of fun. I ended up finding out that while I do not regret going to Vegas, it was nice to see it. Vegas is definitely not my kind of a city. It is definitely pretty low on the bar of cities I want to go back to. And there's nothing to be like Vegas bad. It's just the type of vacations I want to go on are more relaxing, more that kind of stuff, and not, you know, take out a second mortgage levels of expensive. Vegas, on the other hand, was busy. It was hectic. It smelled like cigarettes everywhere. Everything was like 3 times the price I'm expecting, you know, used to paying as someone who lives in a very touristy area, which is already extremely high. And Vegas just kind of laughed at what we considered expensive. Yeah, so... Right, so Vito says, Vegas is the city you go in with an agenda. Next time you go there, you're going to drive a tank over there. That said, I had a good time in Vegas, to be clear. We got to see, I don't remember, it was like Area 82 or something they called it. Which had like an art museum and a whole bunch of different random stuff in it, and that was a whole bunch of fun. We did like the partner party, the TwitchCon after party, and all that, and that was... The TwitchCon after party was mixed. I had like a lot of fun meeting people. There were some cool things I saw in that art exhibit area and all that, but it's also those places that you couldn't talk to anyone because the music was just so freaking loud everywhere that is like looking for some place to get away from the music for 2 seconds was impossible. And it was to the point you'd physically feel the music in your chest kind of thing, which is cool when you're going to a concert, when you're trying to network with people and all that. It's really not a good time. So it was kind of a mix there. The food there was just okay. It was like kind of snacky after party foods that weren't particularly great. But I did like meeting a whole bunch of people while I was there. It was a really good time, you know, for that regard. But and the venue was really cool. It was just, you know, old man thing of being like, turn down your music, young kids. Like, genuinely, I was getting, like, nauseous and a headache when I got to a place where the music was actually particularly loud for the venue. Like, going in there for just a couple minutes was making me nauseous. It was just so ridiculously loud. You brought earplugs? That was really smart. Because, holy hell, that place was loud. Oh, and the entire transportation situation in Vegas is awful. And granted, it was exacerbated because they had Formula One was going to be setting up there soon, and they had a big concert and everything. Like, the monorail was excellent. I only had one day that the monorail was anything less than just, you know, no-brainer smooth kind of thing. Just no issues. But, like, trying to get it for a place that the monorail didn't reach, it was rough. You got around with Ubers the whole time? Oh yeah, but we had a problem that, like, for example, the after party, the group of people we end up trying to get back to the hotel, because originally just gonna be me and Toom, we kept getting our Ubers canceled. So did other people there. People's phones' batteries were dying because all the Ubers were canceling because it was just totally slammed traffic-wise. It was a whole issue there. It took us over like 2-3 hours just to get away from where we had been let out, and there was nothing else around there, and we couldn't really walk because of, like, you know, a number of blocks off the strip on the far end of Vegas from where we were staying. So it's just one of those things that, like, Uber's fine and all, but anytime you had any, like, event let out, just completely shut down Uber. You had a great time? We got a local dude who knew the city help us out. Yeah, no, I had a couple of times that we bumped into locals that gave us a lot of good information. But yeah, it's one of those things that, like, I'm glad I went. It's the same. I look at it the exact same way as I look at Rome in Italy. Rome in Italy, it's one of those towns that's like real, or cities that's really good to, like, check out, see the history, kind of see the sights and all that. But as a city, I hold Rome in, like, pretty much the bottom of regards of cities I've been to. Whereas, like, Florence, on the other hand, in Italy, I have very good feelings for. But and it's just, you go places like Rome and there's just so many, like, con artists there and scammers. Like, everywhere you go, you've got people trying to, like, you know, do whatever to try and, like, create a scene, and you got to worry about pickpockets and all that. Why am I awake at this unguided... Why am I awake? It's not even midnight yet. He took us to a maintenance. Wait, it's a different ungodly hour for you. That's the thing. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, it's not even midnight yet. It's getting close. I'm trying to keep an eye on it so that I don't have the thing for, like, the official countdown or anything. I don't actually care about the official countdown. Yeah, it's not even 2024. I'm still living in last year. Come on, man. And while I've heard the future is much the same as the present, you know, still. You're still living in 2020? Yup. The stream is so 2023? Lil bit. Excellent pun, well delivered. Now here's a complete write-off for you. I mean, that was true for a lot of us. Like, a lot of jobs went on pause. Like, there's a lot of traveling that just wasn't safe. Pandemic's gonna pandemic. This is it. Enoch says, I want to have more time for yourself for the new year. Your Discord server is officially gone, so you're hoping this will help you achieve that. Yeah, it's not a bad time at the change of the year to be like, what are the things I care about? What are the things I don't care about? What things that are eating up my time, maybe I don't want to put that time in there anymore? What things that, you know, I'd rather take that time, apply it to, all those kind of things. There's a reason why people do New Year's resolutions at the end of the year and all that. Sure, it's just an arbitrary change of date, but that arbitrary change of date still does have the whole thing where it kind of gives you a place you can draw a line in the sand and say, this is when I'm going to switch it. Let's see. So I'm saying what you don't get is how are people born in 2000, 24 years old, when me, who was born in 1995, is 24 years old. There was a whole thing, and different people disagree on where it is, that there was a whole thing about that mentally you never age past, like, so far as when I say age in this case, the way you see yourself like aging doesn't really change, and some will be like as young as like 27 or whatever. Some will say like it's around 32, but somewhere in that ballpark. That even when you get past that, it's like your perception of your own age kind of sits there. Yes, you do realize, you're 40 or 50 or whatever. Like you actually acknowledge and understand that, and your body does like to regularly remind you that you're not that young. But like you look around and you don't notice the age difference nearly as much as when you're in your teens, like, and how 20-year-olds look to you, or like as 20, like how teenagers or 30 something years old. But there's definitely a point where it's like it stops feeling like as big a difference, kind of things. Fun fact: a quarter of the way through the century. Yep. Like, I don't even see that as like a bad thing. It's an interesting psychological observation. Happy New Year. Yep, about to be a Happy New Year here, but Happy New Year to all of you who have already experienced the future. But see, people need to look at what year it is. When you are 10 years old, that's 10% of your life. I mean, I don't like to look at that kind of thing. Like, I'm not the kind of person who goes, oh my god, I'm halfway through my life. What have I done with my life? That's just not my... It's kind of the same thing where I don't look at stuff as like, this is my favorite, this is my least favorite. Like, that's just not how I choose to perceive the world and all that. Because the first chunk of your life, you're in diapers. Like, it's not like you had a whole lot you're doing. You get out of your diapers, you're still basically learning to human. Yeah, well, that's what B-Type's talking about when you're 37 a year is insignificant. That kind of is one of the things that's a difference. If you think about when you're like especially like a toddler or something, every third thing you did was the first time you did it. Like, you learned your first word, you learned to be potty trained, you learned to, like, maybe you learned to do a dance for the first time, you sang your first song, like, whatever. Like, everything was the first, everything is new. And then when you're a child, like, there's still a whole lot of new things. But it is definitely somewhere in the area of, like, your 20s and that the net new thing slowly starts ticking down. And it's not that you've done less, it's that you've done less that's like, this is the first, this is the memorable, this is the whatever. So much as you've done things you've already done before. Not that that's bad or anything like that, but it does really screw with your perception of time. Because going to work for the 50th time doesn't really register on your brain as meaningful. Yep. Well, I'd say it's also major life events than just passage of time as a child as well. It's just you have lots of major events as a child compared to an adult. Like, as an adult, like, some of your major events might be you bought a house, you got married, you had a kid, you bought a car or something, like some major thing, like purchase-wise. Like, those are the big events you had. You switched jobs. Versus, like, as a kid, every year you go up a grade, like a grade level. That's already an event within itself. Maybe you had, like, your first kiss, your first school dance. You got some recognition at school, or on the other end of the spectrum, you got in trouble in a big way for the first time in school. You got your first part-time job. That wouldn't be a kid. That'd be more of a older teen, but you get the idea. There's just way more things that are like the first or important. Or you probably had your first hospital visit as a kid. Enoch says, yeah, as you age, you tend to establish routines, experience more familiar events. A lack of novelty makes it all blend together. This is also true. And again, that's not necessarily bad. It can be. It can be if it turns into a grind where it's just, you know, you wake up and you're just kind of like, I'm so tired of the same thing every day in and out. YouTube saying, you started your first illegal gambling ring as a kid. By the time you're 37, you've created many. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and I know it usually takes a minute for people to actually get into the channel and all that good stuff. But when you do, if you could tell us, like, you know, what you streamed, how it was, all that kind of good stuff. You hope your mirror one person will conquer the stream. Hey, you gotta take those baby steps. You gotta start small to get big. But so what were we playing tonight, and how did it go? You'll get coffee while Rual gets the campaign ready. We got about 3 minutes till New Year's here. I do wish it was a lot easier to see, like, the official countdown and all that stuff. I think when you get to 2 minutes, we'll take a quick pause on the game. We'll do the New Year's thing, because that'll be when it's New Year's here. And I'm not trying to, like, not celebrate everyone's New Year's. I had debated at the beginning of the stream that, like, every hour doing the countdown, and I'm like, oh, that'll actually probably get obnoxious. And then you also have to consider there's a lot of places where they do on the half hour. And I was like, you know what? I'll just wish people a lot of Happy New Year's. I'm sure that's probably the better way. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. Yep. New Year's is still 2 hours out for you. Cool, so that's mountain time. If I'm remembering correctly, because there's mountain, there's set, it was East, Central, Mountain, Pacific. Mountain and Central are the two I'm suddenly going, wait, am I right? You're previously playing Farming Simulator 2016, mainly because you didn't feel like buying the other versions. Fair enough. If you told me you're going to take a 1,000-mile journey, I'd say no. I mean, it depends on what my transportation is. A plane? 1,000 miles, nothing. A car? Okay, that's more significant, still entirely doable. On foot? Yeah, I'm out. Alright, chat. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pause real fast because it's right about to be New Year's. Tomb is actually on her way in here. Because I said, like, if we did the countdown and you were in the other room, I was going to go in there and, like, spend a minute to be like, you know, wish you Happy New Year's. I don't have anything that's got, like, the official countdown on it.
We'll never know.
So I'm going to try and do that now.
Yeah.
New Year's countdown. I should definitely be doing this when there's less than a minute to New Year's.
I think you're... Whoa.
It doesn't say it's New Year's yet. It doesn't say it's New Year's yet.
Yeah.
By the time the page loads, it will be.
I know.
Oh, look at that status bar crawl.
Hi, Captain Insanity.
Drinking champagne for every New Year's celebration. You wouldn't get drunk at a specific time. Still 3 hours away.
It's zero.
It's 0. All right, well, we'll just go
Happy
10,
New
9,
Year.
you know, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year's. I didn't know that's what you're going for. It's like, why is she grabbing my head like that?
What does one do on New Year's?
I mean, that is. But yeah, so Happy New Year's, everyone, for those who are...
Hi, Bombspill. Hi, Burning Sun.
Hey,
Happy
everyone.
New Year.
And with the New Year, service is unavailable to tell us when it's the New Year. Yay!
Happy New Year, everybody.
That Y2K you've all been waiting on, it was just 24 years late. Don't worry about it.
Oh, a good night. No, I'm teasing.
Do you not want them to have a good night? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that.
Oh yeah, let's spam some Rual tap and some Rual chaos and some tomb.
Yeah.
Let's see some emote spam going on here.
It's so pretty. Hi, Polaria Star. Hi, Sparkle Rustler.
But-
Hi, Brain Explodes.
But thank you for like everyone who's been
Hi,
here.
Sentient Cookie.
But thank you for everyone who's been here, like, you
Hi,
know,
Stoner.
celebrating the New Year. it was kind of a thing that like last year kind of ended on a downer so far as the stream, because for those who don't know, I used to hold the world record in Project Zomboid, and that record run died in November last year.
Hi, Shadows, Shun Sui.
And it was one of those things that like you watch a channel viewership as that record built up, and it went like this and this and this.
My Heroes King.
And then November when they
Infinity
died,
Syntax.
it went straight on down.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, it was like literally like 1/3 the viewership. And that was what introduced the new year last year.
Yeah.
And so that was really rough. But since then it has been a slow and steady climb. So it is a more reasonable climb versus like hit the moon and drop down hard. So I've been very thankful everyone who's like popped in. We have so many new faces that have come over this past year, and it's been good to have you all here. And thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in. And we're not wrapping stream or anything, just so you know. We're just taking a moment to celebrate the new year, and then we'll get back into to going and harvesting some wheat.
Ooh.
That's what you wanted.
This is how you guys are spending your New Year.
This is what you want to do with your life. We want to go ahead and end all this stuff, and we want to move out on a farm, and we want to harvest wheat.
I told you no.
She grew up partly on a farm, so it's like, do you want a farm? She's like, no.
I fought and clawed my way out of there. I ain't going back.
Yeah, she's like, I lived on a farm. It's not what I want. I was like, we could grow grass. Extreme wheat harvesting. But yeah. I mean, you're saying all the fireworks. There's been all the fireworks since like 4.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, obviously there's tons
Yeah.
going on now.
You managed to take her out of the farm. So she was actually escaped the farm before we met.
I did.
She landed a job out here, and then
She
we
didn't
met
save
here.
me. I saved
Yeah.
me.
She is a strong, independent woman who doesn't need no man to save her.
That's right.
I just happen to be here, and she chooses to keep me around.
That's right. I don't need him. I choose him.
Absolutely.
But also I need him because I'm very codependent.
Codependence.
Yeah.
The best.
Yes.
Um,
The best kind of dependence.
all right. Well, I love you.
I love you. You're the best husband that I had this whole year.
You're the best wife I had this whole year. You're also the worst wife I've had this whole year. That is what happens when you have a sample size of 1, is all intensifiers apply and are accurate.
Say best.
No, but you're the best. But yeah, so Happy New Year to everyone. And like I said, I do hope everyone has a better year than this past year, whether it's good, bad, or otherwise. I'm also noticing in the game, we have distinctly paused, and those crows are still pecking at the ground.
May the best of your yesterdays be the worst of your tomorrows.
You made that too complicated.
No, it's a good sentiment. Like the best in your past is not as good as anything in your future.
No, I get the sentiment. Yeah, everyone's like, what? It's basically like, you know, no matter what your times were behind you, that they are not the best days kind of thing.
And will also be my best husband in this upcoming year.
You don't know that.
That's my plan.
That's probably true, but also you don't know that.
That's what I'm hoping for. Get good, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, get good. Gotcha. But it's like get good as in good days, not get good as in
you're
skill.
good. You're already good. You know what? You chose to be here. You're good.
She's like, might be biased.
Okay, well, I love you.
I love you too.
I love you the most out of all the people in all the world.
Aw.
Plus the aliens.
Well, especially them. Even though we have an obligation to tell them it's the best so that they don't come after our brain juice.
No, that's my brain juice.
I know.
That's mine. They can't have it.
I'm using it. But yeah. Now, I just want to take a quick little break. And I'm sure for all of you checking this out on YouTube later, are like, what? Yeah, obviously this was recorded on New Year's. So, not that that's a surprise. The live actually puts the date on it. You want to drink coffee before we cry? That's wholesome then? Honestly, one of the things I think helped improve relationships I was in was being happy being on my own. And I know people hear that 1,000 times and just like roll their eyes. But I did find, until I reached that point, you know, it was difficult to make relationships work well. Either you do that thing where you just get too, not involved, that's not the word I want to use. Not needy. It can be needy, but that's not really the word. There be an imbalance where, like, they're comfortable with themselves, and then you're like, no, I need more of your time. Obviously being respectful of their time. It's just one of those things. Plus, you gotta figure yourself out to figure out where other people fit into the equation. You were happy, was content. It's starting to get oppressing. The happy and content? I'm confused. Like, we don't need to go into, like, the downer right away kind of thing. It's just one of those things that, you know, there is, being alone? Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. It can be one of those things that, codependent, I mean, yes, codependent would be an example kind of thing. But there's, like, the jokingly fun, positive way of codependence, and then there's the, like, oh, actually, neither of you's at a great place, and you're just keeping it together in this, you know, mutually destructive need. But yeah. Happy New Year as well. And for those who haven't quite got there, you know, happy almost New Year, and for those who are already in the New Year, Happy New Year as well. You know, you've already done the thing. You started with a very relaxing shower. That is a great way to start a new year. Yeah, no, I feel like a lot of people... You know, a lot of people... Like, I mean, there's... I feel like there's certain things a lot of... Not everyone, but a lot of people end up going through that you kind of end up having to go through to figure yourself out kind of deal. And they have their fun and not so fun times along the way. But yeah, no, it's not easy being on your own, especially in times that people do typically spend together. Like, New Year's is certainly one thing like that, but I'm thinking more like the really, really kind of over-the-top ones, like Valentine's Day, that there's, like, no escape for it. Those are the times I always personally found those the toughest when I was on my own. Because, like, normally you can kind of ignore a lot of them, but when it's, like, literally everywhere you go, it's aggravatingly in your face.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
You want to get this? As being broken up before Valentine's Day and through the gay. I didn't have that one. I've definitely had the if you don't hydrate, you'll cry. I did take a sippy sip. I don't have much in the way of, like, actual water here. The only thing I have is my for water is I have the stuff I've set aside for hurricane, because I'm in a place that gets hit with hurricane while our season for hurricanes is over. You know, I have my, in case stuff goes sideways, you know, here's the supplies we have, and then it's a thing that when the new hurricane season starts, you know, I'll go through my supplies, and that's what'll take that whole thing and be like, okay, this water gets drank now. We get a new I don't know what you call the things that are like 20 or like 48 bottles of water or whatever it is. It's not a pallet. It's not a case. I don't know what you'd call it. Like for the unit of measurement that would be. Would you call it a case? Maybe. But yeah, so I have that set aside, and it's just every year I make it a point when the hurricane season starts, I refresh it, you know, get new canned goods, take the canned goods from there, put them to be eaten. Because, you know, they're still good, but you want to make sure you're rotating them out, that way, you know, you finally get hit with a hurricane after 5 years, and then you go to get your canned goods and go, oh, these expired 3-4 years ago, which are probably still fine, but, you know, you never want to take your chances. Food poisoning, not a great time. You should rotate your emergency water. Yeah, it's actually funny, especially their plastic bottle ones. if you have those for a number of years, you'll actually notice the bottles will gradually get empty, and it has to do with just the way the evaporation and all that works. You know, because they're sealed for water, they're not sealed for air. But yeah, no, it's just a thing. Every year when it comes time to like whatever, and you know, wherever you're at, whatever your thing you got to worry about, tornadoes, hurricanes, earthquakes, whatever, have some point during the year that it's like, okay, it's time to check in my supplies, make sure we're all good. Listen says, oh, you're so organized. You just wait about 5 years and throw it out. Yeah. Happy New Year's to you as well. Thank you so much for those New Year wishes. To be fair, my younger brother works in emergency management, emergency service management kind of thing. I have that all wrong. Forget the thing. His whole job is based around when stuff goes sideways, he is one of the people who organizes the response to the problem. So, you know, like the typical stuff, there's a fire, you send firefighters. Simple enough. When you have a large-scale fire, you organize a bunch of different firefighters from a bunch of different areas to group together to deal with it. Makes sense. But there's just lots and lots and lots of other things you don't think about that go into that, like getting a hold of all the various utilities that run power to those areas, and when the fire reaches the area that's under mandatory evacuation, to start shutting off power in that area so that, you know, the fire doesn't result in a whole bunch of electrical fires. So you turn off all the utilities in that area. Or, you know, figuring out, okay, this is the place that needs to be evacuated. We could set, you know, there's nothing we could do to prevent that area. So take our resources, instead of trying to focus them on this area that we can't save, like move them to some place where they can do more to help. Or just the various supplies and all that. Yep, you should also rotate what's in your bug out bag. Yeah, it's the things that you gotta worry about that go bad. Like water, even your canned goods do go bad eventually. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. If you're talking a bug out bag, you probably got the brick of calories. It tastes like chalk, it looks like chalk, it's probably chalk, but it's calorie dense brick. I have no idea what the expiration date is on those things. They could be one of those things that last for practically ever. I've never really worried about it. But yeah. Also check in to make sure that there are some things that have expiration dates in your first aid kits. Like if you have painkillers, those kind of things, they usually have expiration dates.
Thank you, German30, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those a month to use anywhere on Twitch, and you used it here. And that means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. Now, that does mean we are up to... Keep me honest, chat. We have 3 more subs. Sub points. 3 more sub points until we unlock 2 Twitch integration streams this coming month. And I mean January. I'm still thinking of this stream, even though it's technically January now here. I'm still thinking of it as the end of December, because it's the stream I start in December. But yeah. And I need to get the brick. That is another thing that we started today, is every sub I will add another Lego brick to this kit. I'm just going to finish this part of the stripe, and then we'll get our next brick in. Which, let me get the instructions ready. I can go ahead and queue this up. So I've got those 2 in place. So I was going to get our freebie. Get our freebie on this one, because it's 2 things happening at once. Oh, I don't have one of those pieces pulled aside. I have to find the piece. I'm doing pretty good. Alright. So we're gonna go here to the end of this row real fast. And I gotta find the piece. And that's the thing I just started today, that each time we get a sub, I continue the Lego kit 1 more brick. And I have it broken up in steps. Like before stream, I set aside like 10 plus pieces so that we would be relatively fast. And I'm hoping that's not loud on the mic. If it is, let me know and I'll deal with it. I'm looking for... It'll be a curved piece. I can mute the mic if I have to. Come on, curved piece. Does it already have the side? Yeah, I already have the angle piece. I need a curved piece. More Lego sounds. It's not too loud. Okay, I'm also being very light to the touch. So instead of like, you know, especially when you're doing it as a kid, you're just like scoop and just ruffle it all around. I'm just like slowly moving around trying to find it. Oh, come on. You're in here somewhere. The problem is there's those handful of giant pieces, and they just are in the way for looking for everything all the time. And you might ask, there's the piece I'm looking for. You might ask what the kit is, and too bad. You gotta wait to see. So, the reason you're getting a bonus with this piece is I've got the little bracket here, and I've got this little angle piece here, but I lock it in place by putting the bracket on the other side. So that's what we've made so far of that. And then this is from earlier on the stream. We made this part. So you can't tell what it is quite yet, but you'll get there. I already know what's going to happen next with it, but do it like, is that going to count as an art piece? Is the next step to just put it together? If it's put together, I will put it together. It is. So I will actually connect those because that doesn't actually add a piece. So we're going to go ahead and connect these. And so now you've got what looks like, you get the idea. But you don't know what that is yet, most likely. But until we get our sub, no more pieces go on it. Alright, I've got 2 of those set aside already, so we'll be good for a little bit. Okay. Why does it feel like EONet mods everywhere? Because EONet is amazing at it, and we all fight each other for their time. Hey, Long Holler, how's it going? So many fireworks are going off. They've been going off since like 4 p.m. here, and have not been stopping. Like, genuinely not even a break. That said, that still doesn't bother me as much as we had. I wasn't even streaming or anything because yesterday was my day off. But, very genuinely, it was like around 5 a.m. Whose channel was I watching? I think it was Ultrasaurus. That I was hanging out in Ultrasaurus's channel. And someone started setting off fireworks here. I'm like, it's 5 in the freaking morning. What are you doing? It only lasted for like 5 minutes. They just set off like 2 or 3 rounds and then immediately went away. So I'm assuming they, you know, some teenagers got a hold of some stuff, launched it real fast, and then before the police could show up, went away. Because they've been, the police have actually started being pretty strict about not launching fireworks outside of like the days you're supposed to, because it's been a problem here. Let's see, new morning, new year. No time like the present to start picking it all up. Well, hopefully not. All right, so we did get the harvesting done. That is all of our fields harvested. I'm just gonna park this over here for right now. Well, that's gunshots nearby is a whole separate thing. Alright. So let's take this, and I'm just going to take the bread to the other side of the building and drop it off. Gotcha. Yeah, no, before the stream's over, I think when I finish the soda, I might have one of the, Oh, right. I didn't empty this out. I might end up having one of the, for Christmas, my dad got me it was a case of beers from all over the place. So I've been having a couple of those, where normally I drink very, very, very little in the entire year. It's like, you know, since I got these for Christmas, I've been having like one every second or third day or whatever. It's not that I don't drink, I just really don't drink much. Not anymore, I used to drink more, but it's expensive. No drinking for you tonight? Got things to do in the morning? Been there plenty of times. The rule is you don't drink if you're going to be the semi the next day. That is probably a good rule. For a whole range of reasons. Like, even if we're just getting into stuff like dehydration, you know, good enough reason. Housework never takes a day off? Yeah. Alright, so let's start getting these loaded. Okay. Oh man, it's already like 6 p.m. in game. Okay, so we're not gonna get much plowed here. So are you like out of flour? Is that what I'm understanding? No, you are not. You have 21,000 liters of flour in you. You are not even remotely close to empty. Okay. Cool. Alright, and now for the next part. I do want to get switched up to a cultivator, but that's not the priority right now. The priority right now is 1, warehouse, 2, the header for the harvester. I'm just at a bad angle. I was like, am I not on the right side? I am. It's just bad angle. There we go. Okay. Let's see. You've already started your first day at work in the new year, and it's a bit late for me. Probably finished right before Alana's stream. Guess I'll be in the loop of streams you don't want to miss. Oh yeah, no, that's I got to watch Alana Rama wrapping up their RimWorld run. Sadly, there's their ending up because they didn't quit the run. The engine quit the run. They were running into lots of performance problems, and they, spent a lot of time troubleshooting and finally like, okay, this run needs to die. That happens when you get to the macro scale colonies. But it is what it is. Yeah, so we want to plow as much of this as we can. We're not too worried about getting it done this in-game day, so I don't need to plow into the night, because I can't plant the wheat until September. So that means I basically have 2 full in-game days to do it. It won't take nearly that long. Our plow is actually decent. Not amazing, but decent. As far as size goes for it. Now, the goal we have right now is to make enough money from the bread. When does the bread sell again? It was like... Let's make sure we have that date right for the bread selling. Because remember, it was the bread sells next. Then it's... So there's those. Yeah, so flour, if we were to sell it, we would sell it like very beginning of February, end of January. The bread we sell at the end of December, beginning of January. So bread is January, flour is February, and then... Honestly, as we're just driving away... But yeah, so it's bread we sell in January, flour we would sell in February, and the stuff for the greenhouse in like March. It's kind of a mix of the month before and after. So that'll be pretty solid. But yeah, so we should be able to get a good chunk of change. We have been just selling the flour, or sorry, we have been just putting the flour, all of it in the bakery, because I think that's a correct decision for now. If we do reach a point that we are overfilling the bakery, I don't care, because that just means I have a strong buffer there. It'd also be a good thing, because if I get ahead enough in the flour, that means what I can potentially do is, switch up the crops for a little while or whatever. Probably not that. What are our production lines looking like? So those are... You're full of water. You're not in a great place with water. You're at about half capacity for wheat, and you're at about half capacity for flour. And I'm doing terribly in actually doing this part. I keep telling myself I'm going to go find a mod so I can put a worker in here that doesn't take my money while I'm driving it. That you still in No Man's Land? Yep, this is No Man's Land. We're just making more and more progress to make it less No Man-ish. Like, because if you look around, like, right here is starting to look like part of a town sprouting up. But the moment you look past the edges of these fields, there's, like, absolutely nothing. But for those wondering when I'm going to buy the next tile, I do think the idea is to get the harvester header first, get the warehouse first, get the harvester header second, then get the planter third. And then after I get the planter, that's when we buy our next tile. Even though there's a lot of other tools I'd like to upgrade, I feel like that's the point where we have enough upgraded to justify getting another tile set up. Alright. Same expectation, just different reasons? Gotcha. I do wish the tractors would do better about staying in course. Now, once we get the extra tile, I think we're at the point of saving up to replace the tractor. Because we do look at our information on our vehicles, this tractor here is getting to that point. It's starting to get pretty badly worn out. It's coming up on 100 months old. And so my maintenance costs are going to start getting pretty prohibitive pretty quickly. So we are not far from the point that this thing needs to go away. Which that's because we did get this tractor on a massive discount because we caught it used. And so the advantage was it did let us kind of jump ahead in a lot of way, but only for a limited time. You're planning an old iron playthrough of old No Man's Land. When you say old iron, are you talking like you use the old school equipment, like, you know, would be the effect of like a horse-drawn plow kind of thing, or, you know, where a person pulls the plow themselves, the hand tool plow, that kind of thing? Or just like the super old tractors, like that vintage one over there, the 25 horsepower one. Let's see. Leia Sim says, you finally updated to Farming Simulator 22 2 days after Christmas. You're doing No Man's Land, but not your challenge. That's fine. Like, these challenge runs aren't for everyone. However, you're making money initially by selling wood chips and then grass. That's, I keep going back and forth of trying to come up with a run I want to do for posting on YouTube. Nothing newer than the 80s at the latest. Gotcha. That'd be interesting. I'm assuming you'd have to mod to do that pretty heavily. Like, to get a bunch of those... A bunch of, like, the vintage tractors. A bunch of the old-style tractors. But yeah, so I keep going back and forth, and I keep trying and, like, doing a bunch of recording for runs I want to do, for challenge runs, to edit up and post on YouTube. Stuff that wouldn't be as fun to stream, as in, you know, there'd be a whole lot of nothing going on at times. But the thing I keep running into is getting into a position where I just have to, like, fast forward time because of the nature of the challenges I keep trying to do and trying to navigate that. Because I want it so that there's something actively happening regularly. There's enough equipment in the game mod hub to pull it off. Oh yeah, no, I don't doubt that at all. You just gotta grab them. There's just not enough in the base game. There's only like a handful of pieces of equipment that old in the base game. And like I said, most of those are like a 25 horsepower vintage tractor that you just can't get much done with. Alright. And we're just going back and forth with this until it's dark. Then we'll wrap up this in-game day and move on to the next one. And then we end up doing the Cedar in, was it August or September? I think it's September. That's really lucky. You don't have to entertain anyone but you. Yeah, well, I mean, I play games on my own time for my own entertainment. And that's fine. But for a game that I'm going to put the hours in as like I will for like a farming simulator run, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, if I can make content that I can't really stream because it's just not well suited for that. Am I doing seasons? Right now, so I have 1 day per month, and I am doing seasons. That's one of the things I've gone back and forth with if I go to do the YouTube video kind of thing, is on the YouTube video, I could definitely see not doing seasons. Even though for like a lot of the runs I'm looking at, you know, there's going to be the comments like, oh, you said there's the easy mode. This takes away one of the primary challenges. Like, right, but hear me out. I'm imagining a whole lot of people don't want to watch me be like, hey, I'll be back in March. Fast forward. Versus I feel like on stream, as long as it doesn't get too far out of the way, that's not that big a deal. All right. But yeah, so I've done different starts, and most of them are based around like not having much money, debt, whatever, like different kind of things, you know, to add hurdles at the early game, because that's where like the hurdles are gonna matter. But I keep trying to avoid doing stuff like having it where you mow the grass and do all that thing, because it's just kind of what people do, because it strategically makes sense. I don't know if I'm a hipster or what it is, I just don't want to do it. But, so I keep doing other things, and then finally it's like, okay, that'll work, but it's going to be a whole lot of time. Like, I set up the greenhouses on one, and then I had to realize it's like, oh man, it's going to take me like... Because you get like $36,000 out of the trees on your tile, and that's everything you have. And then you toss down, you know, your greenhouses, well, that's 20,000 gone. And then you get like the crappiest little tractor or whatever and something to store water, and you're down to like $8,000. And you're just like trying to make your money on that kind of thing. And it's just one of those things where you go, okay, I could do that, but like that means the way the playthrough runs is, okay, I've set these up, they're selling now. All right, I'm just gonna fast forward until like 10 years from now, and that makes, you know, the $90-ish thousand you need to set up either like, you know, being able to mow and then collect grass, or to like grow carrots or whatever. It's some, both of those are like around $90,000 you need to do like the bare minimum for it. And so it's like, yeah, let me just fast forward 10 years of my character's life away while they work these greenhouses. The reality is there's a math you can work out. I think it ends up being 6 greenhouses that, like, in that early game, you do the 6 greenhouses and you'll get that, that 90,000 around the same time span or whatever. But then it's like, but yeah, but now you're maintaining 6 greenhouses with this really tiny water tank of water. And that, you know, is not fun to play or watch. He said, YouTube audience has too short of attention span for unedited season playthroughs, I think. Unedited? I wouldn't even say it's an attention span thing. Like, there's a very big difference between live content and recorded content. If you're watching live content, there is value in participating with the streamer and other people in chat and the various, you know, interactions that happen and points and yada yada yada. These are all things that are added on. When you're watching that same content as a recording, that's a very different animal. There is no interaction happening. So having a 9-hour-long recording that you're watching of someone playing this, real hard sell on that one. Real hard sell. Trust me. I could pull up the metrics on any platform. So you edit that time down. That's like, I think the sweet spot for the length of an episode for a lot of things is around half hour, 45 minutes, somewhere in that ballpark, is kind of a good place for this style of game. Which all it is for stuff like this where we're going back and forth. If I were doing a YouTube video, you know, be like, all right, well, I'm going to do a time lapse, and you'd pop in, you'd speed it up to like 5-10 times speed, you know, play a track of whatever music is appropriate, and maybe just barely finish the track, cutting down 15-20 minutes of working a field to 3 or whatever it is. But yeah, just different context. If you want the ones that are like actually very short attention span, and this isn't me being critical of the people using the platform, this is the nature of the platform, would be TikTok. Because TikTok, the way you use it is you hold your phone, you scroll up, and then you look at it and like, am I interested in this? Nah, and you scroll up. So it's kind of one of those things, if you're not kind of instantly interesting, they're just going to go to the next one until something grabs their attention. So it has to be like always delivering at all times. So, you know, hold people's attention for more than a couple of seconds. But that's just the nature of the discoverability on that platform. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Drago's that there are people who will watch like a 4, 5, 6 hour video on YouTube. But I would definitely say, from my own numbers, that is an extreme outlier. That generally speaking, most people who, you know, it starts to be around that half hour, 45 minutes is what I'd say like 95-ish% of people are going to bail around that point, if not earlier. That is a thing that selling, like, those longer videos are real hard sell on YouTube. Not that they can't work, but you usually have to edit them very heavily to keep them as engaging as you possibly can. Yeah, and that's another thing, as Layla Sim saying, to be honest, a lot of people don't have that kind of time. You have other things to take care of. That's the other reason why a lot of times the format of like half hour, 45 minutes, most people can set around half an hour, 45 minutes that they've got some background noise of a video or something going. And it also works out for when you do have to interrupt it, that you can stop at this episode and know when the next episode starts, versus like, okay, I stopped at 45 minutes in this episode, so then come back and try and catch where I left off is way harder. And then sometimes YouTube will just straight up forget where the heck you were in a video, and then you've just got to try and figure it out. There's a lot of things that do work in favor. It can be shorter than that as well, to be clear. But for like the Let's Play edited kind of things, it does feel like, you know, probably 20 minutes is kind of on the lower end, and then like 45-ish minutes is starting to get in the higher end of what to consider for that format of video. Of which there's tons. There's, you know, like music videos and all that. But these days, the algorithm on YouTube tends to favor, you know, videos kind of in that spot where they're long enough that if someone watches the whole thing, you get a good amount of view time, but not so long that no one does actually watch through the whole thing. What does fascinate me is, with a bunch of these videos I've been posting these days, that they do way better than Project Zomboid was doing on YouTube. Like a lot of my Project Zomboid videos get somewhere in the area of like 13 views. Like by and large. And there's like 200, or no, there's more. There's like more than 300 of those videos out there. I think it's like 395 Project Zomboid videos I have on the YouTube channel. And there's a couple who have high views. Like the very first episode of like the Big Long Run has a lot of views. And like the last episode has a decent number. But like all the ones in the middle are like next to nothing. But then when I post some of these, a lot of these are breaking, you know, 100, 200, 300 views at a time. Different platforms have different interests. Like, genuinely, that's one of the reasons I've been enjoying this, is like, it is on all of the platforms that this seems to do relatively well to okay, kind of like in there somewhere. Whereas like Project Zomboid, for example, did really well on like one platform and horrifically on the others. Or if you're gonna do well, it has to be like extremely edited. And then there's also stuff that does like There's a lot of games that do terribly on Twitch, but because you can edit and post on YouTube, those edited videos do really well, because you kind of remove all that downtime that people would have to kind of wait through. That you have to, like, carry the content on your own kind of thing. Like, games like Kenshi are real hard to stream. There's just so much downtime in it. But with YouTube, you can be like, alright, we're gonna go to the swamp, whatever. And you can either time-lapse, like, your character just zipping through the map to get there, or you can do the other thing, which is you do, like, a cut, like a fade out, and then you fade into, like, whenever the next meaningful thing happens. And that's just suddenly, like, an hour and a half of what would be gameplay you just kind of edit out of the video.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Where'd the follow alert go? There you are. This is taking a really long time for that follow alert to trigger, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah. It can even be interesting how different audiences are. Like that is one of the things, is like even staying on Twitch itself, that individually you can build entirely different audiences. Like if I were to break out a random first person shooter on this channel, I would expect that to be a terrible day for my channel. Like there'd be some people that hang out just to be supportive. You'd have others who hang out who genuinely be curious. But I think by and large, you'd probably find if I were to just randomly break out Call of Duty or something like that, it would do horrifically on here. But there's other channels that if they were to break out Farm Sim, it would be absolutely dead. How's the farming going? It's going pretty good. Just jamming, chilling to Farm Sim, living to the endless cacophony of fireworks in the background. As you do. Yeah, so we're going to finish this long field. That'll be when our character goes to sleep, and then we'll start the next field, since we've got 2 in-game days to get these fields all plowed, to get them ready for, seeding. We are going to have to put up with this last season where we're using the crappy seeder. Well, crappy seeder and harvester. I am hoping by the end of this season that we will actually get our better harvester header. If you turned out to be really good in Call of Duty, you turn up for one stream for the surprise of it all. Yeah, I mean, I would not expect to do particularly well in Call of Duty. I used to play lots and lots and lots of first-person shooters, and like, I was really good out of the group of people I played with, and I did pretty well against people, you know, get really sweaty online and all that. Not that I would say I was, like, they're better or whatever, or, like, right up there with them. But that was back in the days of, like, I was playing Counter-Strike and that. And we're not talking, like, Counter-Strike Source or anything like that. We're talking original Half-Life mod Counter-Strike. The long is saying, just stepped in the living room, and your son is out cold on the couch. Your father-in-law is out cold in the easy chair. Neither of them made it to midnight. It happens. But, like, he used to actually be, like, really, really solid at that. But, I don't know. Like, I also did, like, really well at PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. I did pretty decently at, Escape from Tarkov back when I used to play that. But it was around the time that, like, PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, like, really at its peak. Was kind of when I stopped playing a lot of those kind of games. You know, it's been a reoccurring topic on here that just... I got tired of toxicity in various gaming communities that just, every time I went, everything is, like, constantly dealing with it. And then on top of that, dealing with, like, really, especially in PlayerUnknowns, the amount of cheaters was just getting really way over the top. That just made it hard to enjoy any of it. You'll make it to midnight 30, but no farther. Yep. I mean, for a lot of people, it's a regular work day tomorrow. How long ago said you stopped having to play first-person shooter in general? The games were stressing you out? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. And I feel like that's actually one of the things that contributes to it is, like, you know, in the really, and it's not just first-person shooters, like the really competitive games, where, like, they get really, really toxic and people scream at each other and all that kind of stuff. It really can just bring the worst out of you. Like, that's just, because that's just what the culture is there. And so you kind of go, you know, I don't want to be, like, I don't want this. This isn't how I want to be. This is what I want to be around. So you just decide to do something else. And I've been much happier since I stopped playing them, honestly. Because it's nothing like you were trying to spend your evening having a good, like, you know, playing a couple rounds, whether you win or lose or whatever. And then, you know, you go and you get, like, your 4 or 5 rounds in a night. And 2 of them get spoiled by cheaters, you know, speed hacking, that kind of thing. And then you get, like, the next one where you're just dealing with a whole bunch of people just slinging all sorts of, like, racist and misogynistic insults back and forth. And you're like, I'm not having fun. Like, this thing I meant to do tonight is not a good time. I'm just really not enjoying this right now because I just want to play this game and, you know, compete with other people and win and not deal with all this other crap. In, like, PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, if you do solos or you play with a handful of friends, you can ignore 90% of it because almost no one who is grouping up with other people is voice chatting in the game. They'd only voice chat in the game to you to either A, try and trick you into doing stuff to get yourself in trouble, or be like, hey, we're going this way, you go your way, and we can deal with this later kind of thing, or whatever. But even then, you can't trust them, so you just ignore them. More realistically, they just start cussing you out, and they complain that your weapon choice was lame, or that it was lame that you did this, or that you're a bunch of noobs, or like whatever their thing is. And it's like, you know, I just don't want to deal with it. It's not fun anymore. Like that, then when I was playing like Heroes of New Earth, just you'd be winning, your team would be winning, everyone would be on a really solid kill to death ratio. Like, it'd be a very solid, enjoyable game that, you know, you're beating the other team and it's not like you're absolutely burying them kind of thing, and then just having people on your own team just dumping toxic insults on your own team the whole time. It's like, you know what? I just don't want to deal with any of this. It's like, why do I play this game? Let's see, Longhorn says, you need to stop cooking when you're not sober. You made a grilled cheese, tomato soup, and chicken nuggets? I mean, that sounds delicious. You can't deal with watching those games? So many conversations happening in the background over top of the streamer? Yeah, well, I'm not even talking about streaming any of these games. I'm talking about just as a play, you know, just playing those. I don't think I've streamed literally any competitive game. Because I'd kind of, like, I'd already gotten out of competitive games by the time I started streaming because of, like, toxicity and all that kind of stuff. It's one of the reasons why when the topic comes out, it's like I'm always like, yeah, I'm 100% team moderation. Like, the sheer toxicity in those communities is why I don't play those games. They took games I enjoyed and basically ruined them. Because I got tired of just dealing with it every single day. Like, dealing with a bunch of, you know, crappy people in the real world, and then, you know, go in for your break in the evening and deal with other crappy people. Alright, so we harvested everything. We got the big field plowed. Then it was dark, so we're going to sleep. We wake up, we get the other fields done. All right. Let's see, Long Haul, it says, you play games to relax nowadays. So long, slow grind works for you? Let you get your mind off, decompress? Yeah. Even when I was still in the mode where I wanted competitive games, I wanted the competitive nature of the game, not the baggage that came with the game, because competitive games just attract people to be as toxic as possible. Like, I wanted people to outplay me or me to outplay them kind of things. Not have to navigate an absolute minefield the entire time I'm doing it in regards to just people saying crappy stuff. Again, moderation is a feature. If you don't do it, what ends up happening is the people who do want to enjoy games without toxicity leave, and you have nothing but toxic players left. And that has killed many a game. And there's certainly games that have thrived with toxic communities as well. This is true. Not gonna say it isn't. But there are many games that they started to take off, things were good, and the community started to build up, and that toxicity started making its way in there as the game went from being niche to not niche, and it drove away the existing player base, and then it went back to being niche to being a dead game, because those competitive games have to have a player base or they literally go away. There was a couple early access like PUBG style games that were doing all sorts of different things to try out that ended up going under once cheating and toxic people started showing up. Some of them were promising, and some of them, there's a good reason they didn't stick around. I also don't end up envy people having to deal with that moderation. Moderation's a pain. Because you gotta decide like where you draw the lines in the sand and all that. And people are always gonna yell at you and disagree. There are so many PUBG-like games disappeared. Yeah, a lot of them didn't differentiate themselves, and that's certainly one thing. A lot of them it's like, okay, I see you, you're PUBG, except you exist in a world where PUBG works, and, sure, you've got one or two things you do better, but do you do them better enough for me to not just go play PUBG, where there's a larger player base? Not really. But you had some that did stuff like they went for, they kind of did like the Dark and Darker kind of thing, where they went for like medieval fantasy kind of thing, as opposed to modern tech. Or there was more of an emphasis on, vehicles, or there was more of an emphasis on getting up close with people. And some of them were really good. I remember some of them I really ended up enjoying, but it was those things that, while it was niche, it was a lot of fun, and then the moment it started picking up an audience, that's when you had all, like, the cheaters started showing up, and, the toxic community started showing up, so, that breath of fresh air that was just a game where people would actually be like, good game, and mean it. You'd start dealing with all the other crap. It says, I think PUBG got popular earlier, and they had some competitive stuff going on to drive people in. Yep. Well, it's like, a lot of the ideas that PUBG put in it were not original to itself. It just did a really good job at putting those ideas together in a format that was fun. And then they started going to the competitive thing. And honestly, I think it was around the competitive time that is when the cheaters really started showing up that kind of ruined it. Is like around that same time frame, which again, it makes sense. It became popular, there was a competitive scene, and there's people who they have nothing better to do with their time than, ruin everyone else's fun. And then you get into that whole back and forth where they add anti-cheat, and the anti-cheat becomes its own problem within itself, and that becomes an issue. And so you're doing this whole, like, arms race with the cheaters. And you can't do nothing, because that's where you end up with GTA Online, where you can't go 2 lobbies without running into a bunch of people, making the sky into fire and, exploding the entire map and nuclear explosions and all sorts of nonsense that make it impossible to play just the regular GTA Online without going into intense content and have fun. I mean, the reality is you make private lobbies by tricking the game into thinking that you're lagging out. I don't think I went a single night playing GTA Online. Like, just whereas in the public, like, just where you go online, just go with it, that I didn't end up having to switch sessions because of someone modding and, like, again, making random vehicles appear that you normally can't access and setting the sky on fire and all those. So GTA Online turned into Second Life. I never got into Second Life. Like, it was one of those things that sounded interesting and just, for whatever reason, I never got into. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I remember there's the whole thing about talking about, like, Second Life. It's like, oh yeah, and you can, earn money doing whatever, and then spend that money to get whatever. And it's kind of like this whole virtual world you're supposed to live in. And, like, already, even where, like, a lot of the cheating hadn't really gotten as bad on, like, the mainstream of games and all that, is already you're like, there is no way that doesn't just get people, like, money duping and everything else to completely despoil that whole thing, or just, coming up with other ways to break it. There's zero chance that survives. And that kind of kept me from even touching it. Alright, Long Hauler. You sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Leia says, oh, you're a big player in Second Life community some years ago. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I never got into it. It was just, like, I liked the idea of it. But, I didn't see how you could keep things in a good place with how much people try and cheat and all that. Happy New Year, Kin Karma. I hope it's a good one for you. Alright, Darth. If you get yourself a good night's sleep and all that, you sleep well. Oh no, you're good. You're good, Long Hauler. Like, we tend to be pretty chill around here about a lot of stuff. It's only stuff that, like, when people are dismissive of others or stuff like that becomes a whole thing. But thank you, Xavier, for the Happy New Year wishes. I do appreciate that as well. But yeah, it's only like when people have comments that either try to invalidate each other or, dismissive of each other or, otherwise just, like, it's not that people can't be negative, but, like, don't be negative of each other kind of thing. Like, don't talk down to each other, don't insult each other. Those are the kinds of things that you'll get a real fast timeout and or ban, depending on the nature. Like, if it's just something like two people getting a little worked up, it's like, hey, we're gonna go sit people in the corners, let them sort themselves out for a little bit. Versus if it gets to very personal attacks kind of thing, then someone's gonna be gone. Because, like, there's just never a need for it. Luckily, that almost never happens. Usually the only people we have that we end up having to ban kind of thing is usually people who pop in and just immediately say something that it's very clear their only intention start to finish was to, was to cause trouble. Those are the ones who get, like, kicked out right from the door. They'll drop in, say something like, extremely discriminatory or whatever. It's like first time chatter, horrible racist statement. It's like, yeah, this is like they were never going to be a productive member of the community or anything like that. It's not a person who's just having a one-off day or whatever. That's someone who came in deliberately trying to make a scene. So, straight up quick ban. Long R. Very personal attacks. E. Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelled of elderberries. Now geet, before I taunt you a second time. I told them we were French. Ah, classic. Hey, you're awesome. No, you banned. Like, disagreeing with each other, that's totally fine. As long as people are civil, as long as they're having a meaningful discussion about it, absolutely on board. The moment someone goes, you know, you're an idiot or whatever, nah, that's a timeout. Like, it's fine to disagree, but, like, it's not fine to insult the person you're disagreeing with. That to me is when you know someone who's having an argument that they can't back it up, they have no substance, like, they're trying to go with the I yelled louder and therefore I'm right strategy, which does not hold up with me. Like, we're not going to get into the discussion of, like, politics or whatever, but that is actually one of the things I consider is when I see a debate between individuals, whichever individual gets to, like, the personal attacks first, it's a very strong sign that I'm like, all right, that person has nothing to stand by. They're just trying to get their voice clips. They're just trying to do whatever. Like, they don't have any substance. They're just trying to, like, name pick and all that kind of stuff. You know, they didn't come here with any actual stuff to stand by, that they have to make it personal attacks. Or also if they go constantly with the what if. If someone's answer to everything is what if, like their response to everything is what if, it also tells me that they're not there to actually have a proper discussion about whatever the thing that they're discussing. Question is, do you control this, or does the AI help? Right now, I am controlling this. I can hit a button where I hand over the control to the AI, and they charge me in-game money to do so. But it does cost me money, and we are in the hardest difficulty, so if I do just hand it over to the AI, it just eats into my profit margins horrifically. Now, that said, once you get, like, really like the bigger tools and all that, then it becomes way less of a burden. Because then, instead of being like 20 passes to finish a field, it takes like 5. You know what? Oh, lined up that well? You can't see it super well, but on the bottom left, under where it says 137 subs currently going on, there's a little compass that tells me I'm at 359.9, 360 degrees. It's a little hard to keep it on track, but you can actually get the exact GPS of like what your angle, your vector is. And so you just kind of try and juggle it around that like 0 to like the 360 and 0 and all that. But if you try and do that, it'll get there. Here, I can hide the label for a second. So it'll be a little hard to see if you're on a smaller screen, but you can see on my mini map down there, like at the bottom edge of it, it'll have my X and Y coordinate as well as my heading. And so the idea is if you're looking to have 90 degrees, you just keep it on one of the 90s. But you will notice it moves around a little bit, so you do like a little bit of adjustment here and there. Now, secretly, the whole map works on a grid system. I mean, I guess it's not even that secret. It works on a grid system. So, it's not like you get, like, the angle wrong and all that. Like, if you look up here, you can see where the grid switched. That it was slightly off in this last path. So that's gone 1 block over on the grid. You'd be like this. Early on, it was absolutely the whole thing of like just waving it around. And you also run into places where you just can't make a nice, clean rectangle field. Like there'll be like, you know, there'll be, whereas like you see over there in the distance, there's that rock ledge. That's not a straight line. It curves. So you do have to like work around the curve. And yeah, you do that whole thing of like where you try to like ride that. The other thing that can help is if you look at your tires or the bonnet on your tractor, whatever, and just get in the habit of like trying to line that up the same way. There's also times that can be a way you can deal with like curved areas where you're just like, okay, my right tire stays so that I'm just covering up the area I wanna plow. Like it'll be different for like different size plows and all that. There's little tricks you can get yourself to at least be consistent. Now that said, there's a big rock in the way, so it's going to get to be a lot less clean on this pass. Alright, let's put the sub-label back. And that sub-label is telling the current number of active subs. Even though I got my math slightly off, I'm still going to pretend that we're at 157 sub points, even though I think we're at like 155. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to say we're at the higher number. Just give you all a little bit of an advantage, and so that way I'm also not misleading when I was like, oh yeah, we only need whatever it was, like 13 more, whatever it was at the beginning of stream. And I'd be like, no, wait, psych, we actually needed more than that. Let's see, for that code you won, did you need to already have this game to use it? I wasn't sure. I haven't redeemed it yet. Yes. So if that was the code for the season pass, yes, you do need the base game. On Steam, to be clear. Because it's available on Steam, on Epic, as well as on its own store. You have to have the Steam version for that key. Now, that said, depending on the prices, sometimes when it goes on sale, getting the premium edition of the game, which comes with both the season passes, is sometimes cheaper. If that ends up being the case, you don't use the key, like, you can give it away to someone else if you don't end up using it. But it really depends. Like, sometimes getting the base game, and if you got, like, one of the things, and then the other season pass could be cheaper. The naming conventions for the DLC is extremely confusing. The premium version of the game comes with just shy of everything. The Platinum edition of the game comes with only last year's stuff. Like this past year's stuff. Sorry, the Season Pass 2, which is ongoing, but basically Season 2. The Platinum DLC is not the same as the Platinum edition, and the Premium DLC is not the same as the Premium edition of the game. It's super confusing. If you want everything, get the Premium edition, or if you already own the game, get the Year 1 Season Pass and the Year 2 Season Pass. And I'll give you everything but like 2 or 3 DLC, which are more nice to have things, but not like you don't have access to content kind of things. Meaningful content. Hey, Vitez, Happy New Year to you as well. Good to see you. That would be another big negative I'd say about the game, is navigating the DLC is a whole mess. Just try and get the year season passes. Don't worry about the other, just get the year, like the season passes. If you're gonna get the DLC, just do it that way. You'll save money, and it's way easier to understand what the heck is even going on. Yep. Hey, Just, how's it going? Alright, so we've got... It's on your to-do list for tomorrow? Gotcha. I don't know. I think the Steam summer sale, doesn't that end on... It's either the 2nd or 3rd or 4th. Or sorry, winter sale, Christmas sale, whatever you want to call it. You got your butt kicked in Destiny? It do happen. Let's see. You got that one at both season passes. However, you live and die by your mods. That's totally fine. The point is, if you want all, like, the main game things, that's how you get it. Okay. I was just checking the time. We're doing pretty good. Yeah, I know I repeat a couple times. I do think tomorrow, when we start stream, we're going to give Traveler's Rest a go. You played some Meat Boy on your Nun modded Vita? Cool, cool. Yeah, I have that one patch by the rock to clean up. I keep saying I'm gonna like cut the end of the field off. Like right now I can't actually afford it. But I keep also not doing it. And I really need to repair this tractor. That's going to be a forced issue when it comes time to plant, because I'll take lots of penalties for using a tractor in a bad state of repair when it comes to planting. Like for plowing and all that, it just slows me down a little bit. But for the planting, having a seeder that's in bad repair, that'll make you use more seeds to get the same amount of distance out. You download this, but you don't know where to find the Start from Almost Nothing map. That would be a modded map, so if you go to... There'll be an extra place where you get mods. It's called No Man's Land, is the most popular one. There's a couple of maps that do that same thing, but No Man's Land is the one I'm on. But it is a modded map, which is easy. Like mods for playing on your own are really easy to do on this game. Mods that you go to play with other people, it's a little bit of a headache because you got to make sure you have like the same version. You know, everyone has like the same mods, the same version available to them. Like you can have extra mods that aren't used by the host, but you do have to have the same version, which is a huge pain because it won't, like if you have the newer version of something, it won't like down level it or whatever. But yeah, so to do it, when you create a new save, you'd like click Start Save, and you'd be like, oh, do you want to do Elm Street? Do you want to do this place? Do you want to do this place? You just scroll to the right, and eventually you'll find like No Man's Land or whatever once you've downloaded it. And then if you wanted to actually start with nothing, there is a mod to help you do that. Or you can edit your save file, if you want to start with like nothing, you buy the chainsaw. You buy the tile of land. If you're going to buy a place to sleep, you buy that too. Like, basically, buy all the things you're going to give yourself at the start. And then you'd exit the game, go to the save file, and just delete stuff. There's also, like, a dev tools kind of thing that lets you just change your money at any time. So what you do is, if you get that mod, all you do is just go to dev tools, set your money to 0, and then go with it. But that's if you want to do, like, the challenge where you start with literally nothing. Or, like, basically start with effectively nothing. What you can do is, if you do like start from scratch or whatever the name of the difficulty is, if you don't have save file on PS5, they do have the mod menu. Gotcha. Yeah, so you should be able to go to the mod menu. And you can probably just go into the mods and then grab the No Man's Land map. I would assume is available for you. And then there's probably some mod or another that you can get rid of your money. You know, or you could do those things that you just grab the terrain tool and just keep painting in a circle to make it, disappear, or buy a really expensive building, then delete it and just keep doing it to make it. Like, there's ways you can get, burn your money to give yourself 0 money without having to use save file editing or anything like that. Be deliberately wasteful with your cash. Good morning, this fine money. Good morning, Soul Adams. That's another field done, and now I just got the 2 smaller fields. And I'll probably plan to do is I will plan to sell the stuff from the greenhouse to get all that going. How good is the bakery? We haven't done our first sale yet, because the downside is whenever we get to the harvest change, I have to harvest, I have to plow, I have to seed, and it just takes me a good while. But when we get to, I think it was December we sell the bread, that's when we're going to see our payout from it. It should be good. Oh, no, you're right. We did not get the small patch at the end by the rock. Thank you for the reminder. This is where everyone gets upset, where we had our clean, fantastic lines, and now it's just like, let's just drag that across here in a way that you would never want to do actual equipment. And it's sorted. So everything's fine. Let's see. When do you plan to start playing the quarry? Do you mean like the map that's like, or not the map, the game that's mostly QuickTime events? Probably not. I actually really don't like QuickTime events. The Quarry. There's a game called The Quarry. That's what I thought you're talking about. You might getting the rock breaker? I still don't know if the rock breaker works on these. Realistically, I'm not getting the rock breaker. I don't think I'm going to get the rock breaker. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to shorten that field up so that that rock isn't a problem. Because that's kind of the catch, is not all rocks are breakable. There's like some rocks that are just kind of assets in the map that you can't get rid of. Like if you play, for example, Civil Run has both of the types of rocks a lot of places. So the random one-off rocks in the middle of nowhere you can usually break, but all the rocks that are like near water and all that, they're effectively placeholders for the water to pass by, and none of those can be broken. I genuinely don't know the rocks in this map which group they fall under. But I intend to keep the rocks here. I think they add a nice aesthetic to the map. I knew that was going to be a mess. That's another one. Like this field here will probably go away in time. With this narrow spot we have here between those rocks over there and our granary, I think ultimately later on we'll put more production buildings or whatever back in this area. But that's fine. But yeah, breaking the rocks isn't anywhere on my priority list. Let's see, you think the only aesthetic this map cares about is green? I mean, yeah. It's designed to be a fairly clean slate with just some rocks and trees and stuff tossed in. Like, I'm pretty sure those like cliff things over there where it's like a wall of rocks, I'm like 99% sure you can't break those with a rock breaker. I could be wrong. I've never tried, never felt the need to try. Like I said, I kind of like the idea of working around the rocks. There we go. Yeah, this field's definitely going away in the long run. For other things, but that'll be down the road a while. Like, I'll wait till we get, like, 2 or 3 tile, like, another tile or 2 done. Then we can start worrying about cannibalizing our old fields for other stuff. Happy New Year, Lennox. Good to have you here. And I don't have it set up. My hope had been for starting the new year on the stream to have like a daily sub goal kind of thing. That'd be like worth points. Like if we hit the daily sub goal, it'd be a point. If we hit up to like 30 points or whatever, then we have like a big prize we do. Or not 30 points, but like you get the idea. If we hit our sub goals enough days, then we'd go ahead and do something special. Something that I don't have to keep track of the sub points for like week after week after week kind of thing. I can just do it per stream. Because I'm hoping the weekly, like the daily or weekly stream points, sub points, those kind of things, those counters are much more accurate. Because that's the reason this sub point's been a huge hassle on this one. Is a lot of the tools you used to be able to use to keep track of it easy stopped working recently. And I could set up stuff to work, but it's a huge hassle that is easily broken, so we kind of stuck with it for the month since I already started and made promises, so I wanted to make sure I followed through with them. Let's see. With the rock on one side of the building on the other, wouldn't it have been easier to go left-right across the field? Probably. Like, cutting across the field, yeah, probably. Now, granted, if we had a different crop in there with this plow, I'm going to plow up the other field when I'm trying to touch in this one, but you're not wrong. Ultimately, I'm going to switch to a cultivator, which will make my life much easier because they're big rectangles. So I can just back up, drop the cultivator and drive forward, and it's good. But that's another thing I have to buy that I don't have the money for right now. Let's see. Think about it might be an idea to make that field across and put more production near the mill. Well, I was actually thinking, you know, going the other way is we'd get rid of the field I'm plowing right now eventually and add more production stuff back here. Like make like a little not cul-de-sac, but like make like a little back loop of road that goes, you know, kind of up through the middle and then off to the right over there. And then put some buildings on it, that kind of thing. They'll have like 2 or 3 businesses. Or 2 or 3 production chain things. So mostly keep that field fine and all that. Yep, no, that's the whole thing, is I will need herbicide. Which is like the other reason I'm not dealing with it. What'll end up happening is one of our upgrades equipment-wise is to get like a really large sprayer for dealing with the fertilizer. And at that same time, once I have the large sprayer, I will also be good for herbicide. And that's the point when the cultivator starts making sense. But that'll be way faster when it comes to resetting our fields at the end of each season. Let's see, you have a friend that runs a choose-your-own game giveaway for up to $30 for every 50 subs or something like that. He would literally, like, they would literally lose money. Like, cause at the max of price subs are with the 50-50 cut, you're talking your friend to be making somewhere in the ballpark of like $25 if you know, they weren't, any of them were being cheap subs, and if they do $30 for the game giveaway, that means they made $25 and then spent up to $30 as a reward for the $25. So that's kind of the thing, because very genuinely, subs only give you about $2.50 if you get ones like out of the ones in the US for like $5 or whatever, that range. And then they can go to places like Turkey where it's like $1 something for a sub, and then you're only getting like 75 cents or whatever. No, wait, I'm doing that math wrong. I'm sorry, I'm wrong here. No, you're yeah, no, I'm the one who's wrong here. 5 subs at $2.50 each. Yeah, you're fine. My brain was doing the math entirely wrong. And just buying subs at that point. I feel like there was rules against that. I gotta remember. I know there are rules about what you can do in regards to giveaways in response to like subs or bits or whatever. That there are very strict rules around that. I don't remember the specifics. Like, I want to say you couldn't have a giveaway that's directly tied to... Like, I don't think you could have it so only the people who sub that stream or whatever. I can't remember. But it is one of those things. I wouldn't do that as well. I gotta remember. I think you can do... Like, you can do giveaways. I just can't remember. There's certain ways you can and can't do it. Yeah, no... 50 subs would probably be around $100. I was just, in my head, I was reading the number wrong, like, how I was comparing it. Like, in my head, I was treating it like 5 subs, and I was like, wait a second, that math does not work out. But yeah, no, you're right. Like, I was doing the math wrong in my head. I was doing 5 to, you know, $30. I'm like, wait, that's losing money every time that happens. That math ain't mathin', exactly. I've known people like that. We had a, I worked at a place that I sold tools and all that, but they also did automotive in the same location. And what would end up happening is, you know, after you do your automotive, you get all the used tires and all that, and you gotta dispose of them. And for those who don't know, typically, the, you know, whether it's a car dealership or whatever automotive department, you actually get charged a fee to get, you know, take those tires, have them taken away and processed. Like, it's an expense. And we had a person show up, and he had, like, you know, he's like, hey, you know what? I'm willing to take care of these tires, and I'm going to do it for way less than it costs normally to do that. And all that kind of thing. You kind of scratch your head. I think you can take them to recycling, but, you know, normally it's an expense or whatever. And we're sitting there going... So wait, like, I don't remember the amounts, or just like, wait a second, like, it costs us, like, to have these taken to the recycling center or whatever, X amount of dollars to have them properly disposed of. And you're going to charge us less than that to take them yourself to the recycling center to have them disposed of. I don't understand. Like, where do you make your money here? And he's like, volume. And we're like, but you're still losing like $5-10 a tire. Volume makes it worse. I don't understand. And it's like, all right, well, whatever. Like, you want to take these tires on this discount? Sure, I guess. Did it once and didn't come back. I think they figured just by doing more of it, it would somehow make money. Not that they were just going to escalate the amount of money they were losing. But we were just kind of sitting there, it's like, we don't understand. And there was people like trying to explain, it was like, no, you don't understand. You're going to lose a lot of money. But it's like, oh, okay. Sure, I guess. Let's see, the only condition to that giveaway is to have watched the channel for at least 20 hours. To try to avoid bots. Interesting. Well, that's the thing. Economies of scale work when you have something that you're making money. That doing, like, you make, you know, your margins if you only sold one, your cost of doing the actual system cost too much. But if the cost of doing the operation doesn't increase as fast as you can scale the amount you're selling, then that's where economies of scale make a whole lot of sense. Because, like, if I sell one unit and just the item itself I'd make $1, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense if, it costs me $50 to physically ship the good. Then I'm out $41 or $49. But then, that's not what I want to do. But then if I sit there and the cost of shipping doesn't really go up until I start hitting the thousands of units or whatever, okay, now as long as I ship at least 50 of them, I'm breaking even, and everything over there is profit. So that works. But this guy was the reverse. He had the economy of scale working against him. Where it's like, okay, you're losing like $5-10 per unit on the thing, regardless of shipping or anything. Like, you're just losing it. You're going to buy it for more than you're going to sell it for. That doesn't make sense. Doing more of something you're losing money per unit ultimately means you lose more at scale. Nah, the guy just had his math wrong, wasn't willing to listen to anyone. We're like, all right, well, we're not going to say no, here's all our tires. Let's load them up. You take them to the place. And he probably thought he did really well, got to the place, sold them, maybe even thought he did well when he saw the big number on the other side, and then went home and then, looked at the numbers and went, wait a second, I spent more than I got. Oh no, that's a saying, Soul Adams, usually when it is something that doing a sale of like one of them is at a loss, but like then you could scale it up, it's usually that you have some type of overhead, that the rate that overhead scales up is slower than the rate of the items you are selling. And that's where economies of scale usually come into play. Like, so if I go to do one thing and at a minimum it's going to cost me $100, and I make $1 off of one item, well, that means I lose 99 bucks. But if that $100 doesn't go up at any meaningful speed, but I keep getting that $1, then eventually I overcome my overhead and I'm making a profit. And that's where economies of scale go in. And it can get more complicated than that. I'm trying to oversimplify it. But if I'm taking a loss on the item and the overhead is consistent, or I never catch up to the overhead kind of thing, or like the overhead scales faster than, me increasing the item sold, the quantity, then the economies of scale works against me. That I lose more. Let's see. More on the production side, like mold plastics is expensive, but the plastic itself is cheap. Well, yeah, there's that too. Yeah, there's absolutely that as well, where, I mean, that would still be true in the operating expense of it doesn't go up as fast as the amount you produce. So you can have something that you have your initial investment to be productive is very high, but if that thing is going to remain usable and its ongoing expense is very low, then producing just more and more will overcome your initial investment, or, the ongoing investment too, if it happens to be that your product does catch up faster. It's just a different side of the same thing. Yours is talking production versus mine is talking more where you get something and you turn around and sell it again. But yeah. It's basically the scales of economy can work both in or against, like with or against you, depending on the nature of your situation. Ultimately, is your overhead, does it scale faster than what you're doing, like your product? If your overhead scales faster, economy scales works against you. If your overhead does not scale as fast as your revenue source, then economy of scale should work for you. In just broad sweeping things. I mean, we could actually just use it in this. If I set up the tiniest little farm here and I drop, $100,000 in equipment to operate it, now suddenly every time I harvest that field, I'm harvesting it at a loss because I have all this overhead of all my equipment and everything that's just sitting there depreciating and having maintenance and everything going on. Whereas if I get a much larger field and I still have that $100,000 initial investment, I can overcome that overhead of all that equipment. Because, your property tax in the real world would be the same regardless. Arguably, yes, it will go up as you make the land more valuable and yada, yada, yada. But more broadly speaking, you're going to be paying a relatively consistent amount, for land. Like in this place like this where it's undeveloped, you're probably not going to see a noticeable change in the land value based on like plopping one or two things on it. Or for that matter, if you're talking production, if you have all the machinery and all that set up, and it, you have 1 or 2 months a year, it works really hard to do sales, but the other rest of the year, it's barely over idling, then you lose a lot of money just because you've got a machine sitting there costing you money, and you're not getting your you're not getting your revenue out of it. Versus if you can manage to keep it mostly working year-round, that means the machine is making you money more, more consistently. Also, usually the profit is in support industry. It depends. Like, if people can't make money doing it, people stop doing it. Unless you subsidize it. Which ultimately means it makes money for them, because you've just found a way to, nudge the money. Oh no, you're not wrong, Solams. Big part of that, though, was a lot of the people who did the gold rushes, a lot of people struck out that they would go looking for gold, and either they wouldn't find any, or they'd find nowhere near enough to matter. And then you would have the people who did strike it rich, and yeah, they would have all sorts of stuff. Then you also had a lot of shady stuff, again, company towns, that was heyday of the company town and all that. You'd have lots of scummy stuff that effectively made sure that the person doing the actual labor to get the gold wasn't the one who ultimately got the wealth. But yeah, all that support stuff does make the money. And those support jobs, though, also have their own places they apply the money as well. But yeah, that's infrastructure costs for all intents and purposes. Blacksmiths' tools are required to support, butchers are required to provide food. You have entertainment. You had lots of legal disputes constantly happening, so that's where the lawyers came in. That's the reasons why when jobs move into a place, it's not like, oh, you're going to get 100 jobs in X. Well, no, you're going to get 100 jobs in X, and you're going to get a whole lot of jobs to support those 100 jobs. But yeah, support industry can do that. In a lot of ways, support industry doesn't do as well nowadays as it used to. A lot of those are the jobs that have either been automated away or we have just arbitrarily assigned to get paid less. Like, you look at food. Food is food is arguably the single biggest support job there is. Followed by, basic housing, whether it's temporary or long-term, all the housing related stuff would be the next support job, food, water, shelter. And then when we look at food services, what that pay, and that's historically bad. So it becomes support jobs, it depends.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Creamy Demon.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs, giving gifty subs to Creamy Demon, White Jaguar, The Escape, Juffy, and Harry Polzak.
Thank you Randall for 1812 for gifting a sub to Whitejagear.
But, you know, gifting all of those. So thank you so much for all that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. I really do appreciate that. And that means two things just happened, chat.
Thank you Randall for 1812 for gifting a sub to the Ascape.
Like, the next thing that we will add on there, we have one more alert. I'll let that go through and I'll explain the things that have happened. I'm going to start fishing for parts for no specific reason.
For 1812 for gifting a sub to Juffy _.
So the first thing is thank you so much for all those gifty subs. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you support the channel, and it really does mean a lot. But that means we hit our milestone for 2 Twitch integration streams.
Thank you Randall for 1812 for gifting a sub to Harry Pulzak.
So we have officially hit the milestone for Twitch integration streams. We are considering ourselves at 162 sub points, and 160 was the milestone we had to cross. So that does mean in this coming month we will have 2 Twitch integration streams. I will do some kind of poll on Discord for just a list of... Well, actually, you know what I'll do? Is first I'll just open ask on Discord, say, what games would you like me to consider for Twitch integration? Let that run for a couple of days or whatever, and then, you know, do an actual poll for... Okay, here's the list we came up with that I'm going to be on board with considering and all that. And, you know, we will do that. And that's just because some of the Twitch integration doesn't work well, or it's a whole big thing to set up and all that. So we have unlocked that. It also means I have, because we started today, that for each one of these, I have to put a Lego piece in on this. We have 5 Lego pieces that I need to put on here. I've got 2 on standby already. And you're going to get a freebie on this one. Because anytime I run to a step that requires me to put 2 pieces together, I've been going ahead and just counting it as 1 piece. Ooh, which ones do I need? So that one's for that step. What do I need for this step? Okay, so I need the other ones. So that's actually fine. So bear with me for a moment because I didn't have that many pieces staged. I have been going through trying to make this not really loud as I go that. So I need 1 more of those. So we've got all that, so that means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. For the next milestone, if we do hit 180 sub points by the end of this stream, because this is the end of the month, we will have a game night on one of my nights off that I hop on Discord on voice and all that thing. Oh yeah, no, it's a book. Oh no, that's the thing. I'm not telling what model you're building. You're just gonna have to slowly wait for it to come together. And we'll see when people figure out what it is. Okay, so those go in like that. So here's 1 piece, and I'll hold it up close when I get it done. So that's 2 pieces. That's 3 pieces. That's 4 pieces. So here's what the 4 pieces has done so far. So that's what we got so far. Now, if you'll bear with me for just a moment, I need to find whatever the heck that thing is. So I need 2 of those and 4 of those. But like I said, you're going to get a freebie piece out of this because this is a separate thing I am starting. And I can't exactly attach 1 piece to itself. Not normally, at least. So that looks like that. So give me 2 seconds to find that, and we'll get that going. I still imagine for those checking this out on YouTube later, probably like, what the heck what is this thing going on? But the hope of this is that over time, you know, you'll get to see a little bit more and a little bit more, a little bit more built. I also think it'll be fun because by the time we finish it, hopefully we'll have raised enough money to make it worth my while to buy a second kit. Okay, so you should be in line with the blade. Okay, so then that's the other thing you built. That's 2 pieces there. There's 1 here and 1 there. All right, and so that should be your 5 pieces. But yeah, that book's huge. How many pieces of the Lego set? It's like 1,100. It's going to take a while to build, but I think that makes it more fun. If it was something that we knocked out in the course of like 1 month, it was just done, it wouldn't be any... You have a guess, but you won't spoil it? That's totally fine. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before people figure it out. Like, I don't think they'll figure it out quite... I mean, actually, I take that back. Honestly, with that frame, I could see people figuring out with just that. People do know their Legos pretty well. But I kind of like the idea of doing that. Like, I was joking with Tomb, I'm not actually going to do this. I have the big Millennium Falcon that I've built. Oh, that's not the right one. That I built already. And I joked about taking it apart and then having that be one we do. The Millennium Falcon is like tens of thousands of pieces. It is an obnoxiously large kit. Needless to say, that would be like years of the stream to build that thing. And that's even with me throwing in like, cause are you gonna, there you go. That'd even be with like me being super generous and just giving people a bunch of extra stuff. It would take forever. Which would be fun. And I think people would really want to see it through. Like, that's kind of the idea. Is I like this, just kind of seeing through. But yeah, so I think what will happen is if people seem to really like this, one piece per bit. Well, that was kind of the thing. I mentioned it to Toom, and she was like, that's going to take a while. Maybe you should do, like, 1 step per sub. I'm like, well, no, because then they'll finish the entire kit in, like, 2 streams. I do like the one piece thing, because I don't want... I like the idea because it's not something where someone's going to feel like dropping... I mean, someone might. But I don't feel like people are going to feel pressured to drop a whole bunch of subs just to keep the kit moving. At the same time, it is just kind of a fun thing to do with it. Alright, how much is in here? Oh, that's literally all of them that we're going to get out of this one. So it's kind of like an extra bonus, but it won't be something... I don't think we'll have people throwing down a whole bunch of subs just to try and get the kit along the way. Other than, like, maybe right by the end. When it's clear we're getting down to, like, the last 5, 10, 20 pieces, I could potentially see people, like, wanting to see it finished out kind of thing. Or, like, if we're at the end of a major step, I could see that. But I think that feels reasonable versus, you know... I don't think you're gonna have someone dropping 1,000 subs to, like, try and get that going a long way. Yeah, well, that's the other thing, is if it's a step, like, a step is usually, like, 5 to 12 pieces, give or take. You could have someone drop 20 subs, and that's going to be like the next 45 minutes of the stream. We'll just be building Lego, which isn't necessarily the worst. But I do feel that would get pretty disruptive pretty quick. So we're going to sell this this trailer worth of stuff from the greenhouses. And I'm hoping that'll be enough for us to repair the tractor and gas it up. It might not be. I'm basically trying to use the greenhouse goods to float us until we get time to sell the bread. Because I suspect the bread, with how many processes this is going through to get that point, and each one giving us about 1.5 our initial investment, is going to go a long way for us. Yeah, because I am thinking by the time the Lego kit's done, like, very genuinely, that should be more than enough time that it'll have gotten far enough to make it worth my while to buy, like, another decent Lego kit to continue the incentive. It feels like it's a really good idea. Maybe what I should also do... Maybe I should put a couple of Lego kits on the, on, what is it, Thrive? No, not Thrive. Throne. That way if people get, like, really into this, and people, like, have a specific kit they want to see me build, they can do that. Not enough. Okay, if we check our prices on the bread, how close are we to that being good? So we're looking at bread. If it's most of the way up, I could see selling it. So we're in August. No, this is literally the worst month I could sell bread. I actually cannot find a worse month to sell bread. But it's all uphill from here. So we're definitely not selling the bread today. So more than likely what we'll probably do is get a couple things of flour and sell those. How is flour right now? It's also as bad as it could be. Excellent. Great. Just perfect. Because I will need the money tomorrow. Alright, if I wait till the beginning... Alright, so I think what we're doing, to make this make sense, is I think we're starting our seeding tomorrow just with everything in the state it is. Once I get to the point I actually have to do... have to buy things or whatever. That is the point we will sell the flour. Because then I can sell the flour, I can repair everything, which should get significantly more than if I do it now. I also don't know, I think this is one I'm only going to be able to stack one high. It's cool the bakery doesn't require water. Yeah, now realistically, if it did require water, I'd end up spending the money to get a much bigger water tank. Speaking of water, how are my greenhouses? They're fine for now. Okay. Alright. So, we're done with this thing for right now. Because unfortunately, tomorrow is going to be a very expensive day for us. Because I'm going to have to plant all the crops, I'm going to need to fertilize them and do all those things, and it is going to suck. But selling stuff today when it's at the absolute lowest is a big miss. Alright, so... let's go get our cedar. You get pretty old refilling it. It depends on how often I have to refill it. If it's like the big greenhouses where I only have to refill like once, maybe twice a year, that would be fine. If it's those things like the greenhouses that came with this mod map where I had to like refill it every single day, like multiple times, that'd be a bad time. Of course, I don't even have a full load of seed. Excellent. Let's see, put something in admin chat. You may find useful tool for your multi-streams. Oh, okay. I'll double check it. As a curiosity, is it either A, the plugin that goes into OBS that lets you multi-stream, or is it B, oh, what is it called? It's a website. It's not the one I use, I don't remember. Because the plugin's great. I highly recommend the plugin. Oh no, you might be talking about combining chat. I'll have to check, because there's definitely things I would love to improve. Pulls all different chats into one chat. Oh my god, please, thank you. That'll be wonderful. I'll definitely check that out, because that's been the biggest pain, is I've got Twitch, I've got YouTube, I've got TikTok, and then I end up ignoring one of them on accident because like I'm usually focused on Twitch and the game and then the activity feed, and then just fail to notice someone talking in one of the other chats. But thank you, I really appreciate that. Because the only solution I had found so far was Restream, the website, is the only one I found. But you have to tie in a whole bunch of other things to it and stream to it to make it all work correctly and all that. And I was just like, that's not what I want. And I was just looking for a thing that I could just join them all together, even if it's just kind of this hacky thing that grabs them all and like just mushes them together in, you know, entirely an elegant way. I figured that tool was going to come out sooner or later because it has been hugely in demand. Alright, so the longer we manage to not sell our flour today, the more it will be worth when we do sell it. But once I am out of seed, I'm gonna have to accept I'm getting below what I want from it. But that's okay. I kind of figured that was going to happen when we got the bakery and it wiped us out. Is that we're going to do this thing again where I just barely sneak by enough money to get things going. That's a danger of any time you start dropping below like 5,000 is you just know you're going to be pushing your luck on a lot of this stuff. And we'll see how much money we make when we get our bread sold. If we make over 100,000 but not enough for the warehouse and the harvester header, I might just get the harvester header and just deal with the warehouse stuff this next season. Obviously, if we get enough for both, I will buy both. If it ends up being something ridiculous, like we get almost enough for the planter, then I'd go for the planter. I doubt it, though. I suspect we're probably talking the 80 to 100,000 range as just a guess. We might not even get that much because of how much flour is still in the bakery. I'm kind of wondering if a bakery isn't enough to utilize all that flour. So then comes the question, is there another thing I can use that flour for? Or do I need a second bakery, or what? Or I just sell the flour. Just the surplus flour, we just sell it. Because that was the idea behind the warehouse, is with the warehouse, I believe what I can do is I can tell the granary to send the flour to the warehouse, and then I can tell the warehouse to send the flour to the the bakery. And then what'll happen is the warehouse then becomes a buffer, so that as I produce way more flour than I need, it just goes and sits in that warehouse, and I can just take the surplus and sell it. Because then I know I'm square. That the bakery will run, 24/7 forever. How much flour does the bakery use per cycle? I want to say it's like 2,100 liters. So I do imagine the granary is going to outrun the bakery. That feels like what it is. Yeah, the mill makes a whole bunch, but it makes sense. I'd rather the mill makes more than I need than less than I need, and you get this weird thing where you need 2 mills to a bakery and all that. But I don't think there's any other buildings that use flour. I think it's literally just the bakery. I could be wrong. But that's fine. Like I said, I just make the warehouse a buffer for it, and then whenever it comes... whenever it comes time, I'll just have to sit there and sell it all. Oh, what you're saying is awkward is that it ends up being one of those things that I end up needing like 3 bakeries and 2 granaries, because with 2 bakeries it's too fast to like actually match them up. I'm not gonna worry about matching them up, at least not in the short term. I'd rather get other production lines off the ground. Plus, having a variety of different goods to sell works out really well, because that means, in theory, they should have different points I sell them, different points I do stuff with them. So it gives me more to do like throughout the year in the game, as well as having an income that is hitting at different points versus like right now we have like nothing, 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 giant payout, nothing, 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 nothing. It'd be good to have some stuff we sell in June, some stuff we sell in August, some stuff we sell in January. But right now, it's kind of like January to March, I sell things, and then the rest of the year, I'm dealing with this here. Okay. That's also one of the reasons to consider turning off seasons at some point. I don't think I will. We've already gone far enough with them on. But that'd be a reason to consider turning off seasons and all that. Is then you can, like, time things out. So it's like, I would plant, I'd plant, like, the carrots on this day because when I harvest them, or when they're due to harvest, is the day I'd want to sell them kind of thing. But, there's certainly an argument to be made that that's making the game much easier or whatever. But yeah, once I get this planted, then we don't work on any more of the field until, like, when I get all the fields planted. We don't work any more of the field until I do my big sale of all of our goods, which is what I'm excited for. Granted, we're dipping into the stuff both in the greenhouse and the flour a bit already, but the bread we've not touched because we're waiting to get the maximum dollar out of it. Because that 1,600 per unit is going to be really solid. Because we put 2 units of flour in for every bread, and flour is worth about 1/3 of as much as the bread. So it is giving us about 150% our profit on the flour. It's like getting an extra free unit of flour for every 2 units of flour we put in. Wifey. That's so sad.
How much have you built?
You see right over there?
It kind of looks like a spider.
Sort of. I haven't been telling them what we're making.
Spider?
Well, clearly it's a spider.
Yeah.
So like 175 for the grain. It'd probably be more than that because I think it was, if we did the math, wasn't it like 1.5 times from the wheat to the flour, and then 1.5 times on top of that? So it'd end up being even more. I think you'd be what, like 225% or something like that? What's up?
It's gonna be Arachnus Deathicus.
Oh no, not Arachnus Deathicus.
Yeah, Arachnus Deathicus.
That's Latin for it's gonna kill us.
Okay, well, I'm gonna head to bed.
You sleep well.
You sleep well. And remember that wifey loves you.
I will remember.
Hubby will remember this.
Yeah. Love. Yeah, just Rual will remember this. That's when you play the old Telltale games. You'd have like some exchange and it'd be like, Ellie will remember this. Like, no, Ellie, I need you to not remember this. Ellie, please, please, Ellie, I didn't mean it that way. It didn't give me the context of how I was going to respond. It didn't give me the inflection I was going to be using. I thought it was being nice. I didn't realize it was going to be used. Didn't realize it was going to be rude. Please, please take it back.
For real though, it would give you options, and it would be like you can say it's nice or it's good, and you're like, okay, those seem like the same, and you click it's nice, and then your character will be like sarcastically like it's nice, and you're like, no, I didn't mean it like that, and then the game's like, Carl will remember this, and you're like,
You're like, no, I have permanently scarred my relationship with Carl.
Carl. Hi Eonic, hi Infinity Simplex.
She was summoned back by the mentions of Telltale.
It's true.
Yeah. No, I mean, anyone who's played any of those games, they'll have like the whole, the person will be like, hey, I'm going to work on this, this, and this. What do you think about that? And, you go, well, it's fine. And your character's like, it's fine. And you're like, whoa, hey, that is not what I meant. Isn't 1.5 times 1.5 times 1.75? No, because it'd be... So you have to remember there's it'd be, so you're thinking of 1.5 times... So if I do like, if I have, let's say 10, and I do 1.5 times 10, that means I get 15. And 1.5 times 15 isn't, you know, the reduced amount. Yeah, 2, 3, 4.5. Yes. I was basically going for the kind of the same thing that Jawsto did. If they did a much better job, because I was going for 10 because easier numbers, and then realized that, like, crap, now I'm doing that. So it actually ends up being more, because it's a stacking multiplier. So, like, you wouldn't take the 0.5 and then reduce the 0.5 of the other one. That'd be like a diminishing return where they'd, like, fudge the math to do that. That's why multiplicative, you know, numbers in games are so ridiculously powerful. Because if you do something that's like, well, this is a 2 times damage multiplier, and the next one's a 2 times damage multiplier, you know, you don't get, like, 3 or whatever. Like, so if it's added, like, depending on how it is, like, if it's additive, you'd take, like, your 1 to start, you'd multiply it by 2, you get 2. And then at either 1, you would add the numbers, so you'd have, like, a 4 times multiplier, you get 4. In that particular case, because they chose 2, it works out. But if I went to 3, like, 1 goes to 8, the other would go to 6. The whole thing. Yeah, the action RPG goes from, like, 5 damage a hit from one level to, like, 1 billion damage with a good build. Yep. Because each time you multiply, it stacks. But that's the difference between added and multiplicative. So, additive is usually like, I would take, you know, my damage, and I'd take 2 plus 2 plus 2, and then multiply it by the base damage. A multiplicative is 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 or whatever, and it gets really absurd. Blade up scrubbing, brush, and power sync. 3 times 2 times washing speed. Yeah. And that's like, I can't tell you how many times we had the conversation around that kind of stuff was like additive and multiplicative when it comes to like conversations around Path of Exile. Because Path of Exile gets absolutely bananas where it's like, okay, what's better? Added damage, more damage, increased damage, extra damage, you know, or whatever. It's like, well, that depends. And usually it's like, okay, like, look, most of the time, you know, these are the two you want the most. Which is flat added, which increases your base. And then it was... oh, I always get it wrong. It was more damage, I believe, was multiplicative. Yeah, as I go say, is like increasing your base damage or more damage most of the time are your best 2 stats. And which one's better? It depends. Is your base damage already high? Then more damage is going to be better. If you're dealing with like really horrifically low base damage, then usually the add damage ends up being better. But then you have increased damage, which is additive, and that's usually almost never better. There are exceptions. And then extra damage is always good. Because extra damage is multiplicative after everything else has run its numbers. Which most of the time means it's effectively the same as more. But it can be a big old depends on that one. Because usually it's like extra chaos damage or something like that. And that conversion there does match. Well, it's not really conversion, but where it switches the damage type there, it can be really strong. So that way when you run to an enemy that you're like, I do cold damage. And the enemy says, I don't care about cold damage. It does next to nothing to me. That chaos damage, you know, gets some real mileage out of it. Yeah, 2 times 2 times base isn't as good as plus. Correct. But once you get to the point where your base damage is physically higher, to the point where it's like 100, you know, that extra 10 versus a 2 times base, you know, the math flips on its head. And usually with an action RPG, you're not dealing with such tiny numbers in the mid to late game. That's usually like when you first walk on the beach the first time. That's why crit damage is always better. It's multiplicative to the base damage. Right, but if you look at stuff like Path of Exile, they'll do stuff where you can give up your crit damage entirely. It stops existing. And if you've crit recently, now you get a more multiplier, which is also multiplicative. And then you got to sit down and do the math going, okay, am I going to crit like most of the time? Or am I going to crit like reliably once every 4 seconds? Because it's once for every seconds, the other one becomes more, better versus... And that is why you need stuff like Path of Building, so you can spend hours looking over the numbers. Or you do something where you crit an enemy, but instead of getting the multiplicative damage, instead you give the enemy a debuff that reduces their defenses, and then you have to take into consideration what the defenses of the enemy are on whether reducing the enemy's defenses is more valuable to you than increasing your own damage. Because nothing can be simple ever. And we've run out of seeds. Okay. So we drop this. Okay, cool. So I can stack these two high. So we're not selling the bread. We're just getting this out of the way. But we are going to go grab the flour. And we're going to drop a load of the flour. What? Oh, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. There we go. I might have story of my WoW days. At a level 55 hunter with an offensive pet. I was going to Stormwind to help power level a friend. Got challenged to a duel by a level 15 warrior. Yeah. At this moment he knew he messed up. I find it amusing that it's still auto-modded even though like you self-censored, which I get it. They do that way you don't try and sneak past the auto-mod. And that's fine to let that by. Like I do want it to intercept, the words involved in case they're used in a not okay context kind of thing. Like, if it had actually been spelled out, I probably would have still, I would have let the auto mod sit on it. Like, just not allowed it. Because the allow, I believe that's per this one stream, so next time someone uses it, won't go through. Alright. Alright, we're gonna have to sell more. I was hoping we wouldn't, but we're gonna have to sell more. Because that was $5,800 repair cost. It's also funny when Automod catch something in chill channels, like it thing. That was still to date the one that was the biggest head scratcher. Was, I can't remember what the context. Someone said thing, like in a sentence, but it like wasn't negative in any way, shape, or form. And Automod was like, no. I don't even remember what it flagged it as, like whether it was bullying or whatever. But Automod was like, thing is absolutely right out. It said how useless it is on high risk channels. Yeah. I feel like the really high-risk channels, you just have to be, like, very aggressive in your own modding. No, automod is a case study of why AI should never be able to fully replace people. Hey, Zoside, how's it going? I also feel like lately, unrelated to all of this stuff, it's just, I got reminded by this. I feel like lately I've been raiding kind of the same people, because I do try to raid people who at least the vibe or the genre or whatever is similar to this channel. And it has been a thing lately that a lot of the people I usually raid have been playing, you know, it's not that they're playing anything unusual for themselves, but they're playing stuff, like I've been playing a bit different games a bit lately that, it's been a thing. Alright, bear with me, chat. While this is filling up with gas, I'm going to take 2 seconds, I'm going to grab myself a drink, and I'll be right back. And Happy New Year's, Oside. I'll be back here in just a minute. All right. So we also need to pick up some seeds. Oh man, this is gonna be rough. So we're gonna have to dip pretty heavy into that flour, I think. Okay, so the things I need to buy is first I need to buy some seeds. I know I'm gonna need I'm gonna need seeds and I'm gonna need fertilizer. I'm gonna have to dip pretty heavy in the flour, I think. I'm hoping I don't have to dip into the bread. Yeah, so we got our seeds so we can keep planting. That's good. Let's see, once again, I'm getting used to writing the day 1 digit. Oh, yeah. Oh man. I can't tell you, it's not been too bad this past year, but like, definitely since I started working at home at first, like you go to write the date and you're like, what year is it? The amount of times I thought I was already in 2024, not just because you just lose track because you don't need the date that often. Because I'm just not filling out nearly as much paperwork, which couldn't make me happier. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and drop this off here. This is where I'll be needing next. Let's get back to seeding. I'm having a bad feeling of us getting our stuff done today because I'm spending way too much time driving back and forth to sell and all that. Because I still have to get all the fields seeded, and I have to fertilize them twice, once today and once tomorrow. I am not sure we get it done in time. Which, you know, honestly, as much as I'm going, oh man, I'm not gonna get done in time, it's actually okay. What I could do is I could prioritize trying to plant and fertilize a field kind of thing. And if one of the fields go long, all it really means is that I would do it the next day. Because we can plant or harvest the wheat for like, there's several days that it's available to do that. So honestly, it's not a big deal. I'm just used to trying to get done all in one day. So it's like, oh no. Because the last couple times we went to seed and harvest, I ended up fertilizing in the dark. Yeah, so you have this in-game month and next month we can seed the fields. So yeah, so let's just plan. We'll get this field done, we'll get it fertilized, and then, you know, get the next, like, we'll definitely be able to get the 2 big fields done, I'm pretty sure. We'll get them done and fertilized, and then we'll see where we're at. If I can't realistically get the other 2 fields seeded and fertilized during the day kind of thing, like it'll get to be nighttime or I can't see what the heck I'm doing, then we'll deliberately just do it the next day, seed it and fertilize it. And it just means I'll have 2 fields to do one day and then 2 fields to do the other day. Which is totally fine. Like, that won't have any negative impact on the amount of money we make. It'll just divide the work up between 2 days instead of 1. Well, I guess it's 4 days instead of 2, because there's the harvest and the plant. I mean, 6 days instead of 3. Because I also have a second round of... Well, no, because there is an it's fine. It's fine. The point is, I'm doing less work on more days than more work on less days. It would also let me delay the selling of the flour a little bit. For like the fertilizer for some of the other crops and all that. Which would be good. Because every day that we go by that I'm not selling it, it becomes a little bit more valuable until like January, February, whatever. It's gonna be wild once we get like the really big harvester and just plow through all 4 of these fields in like a third of a day. As opposed to doing the fields takes up the entire in-game day, like it starts getting dark. Because that would also mean per stream, instead of, you know, getting through like 1 full in-game year kind of just barely, there's a good chance you'd be able to get like, or I should say 1 harvest per stream. You know, because that is a year. That realistically, I would be able to get through maybe 2 harvests. So just get that much more done per stream. I know, a song's absolutely a bop. I've been very happy with the switch up with the playlist. Like, you know, we were doing the lo-fi playlist for like literally years, and, you know, I enjoy the playlist. Was like, you know what, I'm really ready to be listening to something else. And I did like that it wasn't very invasive, and a couple of the songs in this playlist get a little, not high energy, but a little bit more energy to them kind of thing. But it seems to kind of like have a nice balance between lo-fi to not quite lo-fi to stuff that's like a little bit more jamming without being, you know, super duper grab your attention. I've been pretty happy with it. Let's see, more harvesting or more seeding first. So I'm going to get the bigger harvesting blade first, and the reason I'm doing that, Soul Atoms, is it's half the price as the seeder. So I can save time earlier or later, and they both will save roughly the same amount of time, give or take a little bit. So whichever one I can get faster is the right choice. If there were similar choices, then there'd be a little bit more to talk about. I mean, on the other hand, the seeder comes with a thing where it does have where I can feed fertilizer in it, which will save me 1 pass of the fertilizer, but it really doesn't take me long to fertilize anyways. So I do still think the harvester is the better move to start with. Just get the cheaper one that I can do now. But I am going to get both of them. Yeah, so I think my order of operations is depending on how much we get the warehouse. And or the harvester header. And that would probably be what we get out one season. And it might take another whole season and a half to 2 seasons, but then we get the planter. After that, we get the extra segment of ground or whatever, the extra tile or whatever. And after we get that, then we replace our tractor, because by then maintenance is going to start being a real problem because it's getting up there in years and hours run and all that. And after all of that, that's when I would want to get the sprayer and the cultivator. I think would be the next moves. Maybe a part of the production line kind of thing might also be something to consider. Probably the production line thing. Not that I have another production line in mind yet, but I could see going for probably not the veggies, like the carrots and all that. Because I am solo, there's a whole thing with a really big harvester for the the harvesters for the veggies. The tiniest one you can make crates to take away, and that's fine. But that's extremely laborious to the point I don't want to do it, really. But otherwise, you got to go for like the really big ones that you have to have. Like, you don't really have a choice. You have to run an AI because it doesn't have its own internal storage. There is one that does, though. That's what I have to check, because I have to make sure I grab the harvest that has its internal storage for the veggies. But I would go like maybe that way and then the cannery. Otherwise, I'd have to look at one of the other things like potatoes or whatever. Or actually, what might be worth doing is starting into animals after that. So for doing the animals, I would need to get a new tile that I can mow the grass on to make animal feed. And then with that, that would be enough for us to start setting up sheep. If we do set up sheep, that'd be the point to actually get a much larger water tank, because the sheep and that do require water as well. And so that'll be one of those things that compounds my need for water. Hey, Moonstar, how's it going? But yeah, so I could definitely see that being a route we go. Like that's the one that's up in the air, so we can kind of choose what direction we want to go there, because we have a whole bunch of different crops we can get into. I mean, you see all the crops there. But yeah, so I can see after we do this, either one, we can go, like, I think the different directions we can go is one, we can go, no problem, Moonstar. Just, you know, make sure you take care of yourself, drink lots of water, so you're nice and hydrated, no hangovers tomorrow and all that. But, you know, all that good stuff. But yeah, so I could see going the route of the animals, where we go grass, then animals and all that. There is a veggie picker-upper that has a tow bar, from what you... Oh, so you're saying, like, I can put the, Gotcha. Cool. Just making sure everyone's taking care of themselves. You know, it's totally fine to party, just make sure you're good on the other side. But, yeah, there's one of the veggie things that you just get a crate, and you fill the crates one by one. You have to, like, go through the whole process. And it's annoying because it has, like, a half meter that it pulls up at a time. I'm not aware of a veggie thing that has a bar where I can put the trailer right with there. I would believe you. You limited yourself to 2? Gotcha. Cool. But yeah, we'll have to look, because we can go the route of the veggies, we can go potatoes, we can go animals, which again would be like doing grass and all that stuff, and then the animals to go with it, because I need it for the feed. We could... I don't want to get into the lumberjacking thing, not anytime soon, because the lumberjacking thing is extremely cost prohibitive. It's not a harvester. You have to... the first drop them on the ground. Oh, I see. So you harvest, you just dump them on the ground, and then you effectively have kind of the equivalent of the forager picking up thing that you follow, you like then drive in and collect them kind of thing. Oh, gotcha. So it's 2 pieces of equipment, the picker upper or the trailer. I'm doing pretty good. But yeah, so we just would have to decide. That's a down the road. Like, we've got a while till we have that. We could also go... Actually, you know what's probably an easier one? We can just go into... we can just go into the oil production. Like cooking oil, like sunflowers and that kind of bit. Because all I would need to do differently than I'm already doing is like where instead of... And I keep saying planter for it. Instead of getting the really big... Well, I mean, we get the really big seeder. But the next purchase would be a really big planter. And then we just need the other harvester head. And that's, like, literally everything else is what we'd already need. So that's probably the move to do there. And actually, I already have a planter. I have a little planter right over there. We're just not using it right now. We've already done sunflowers and that earlier in the run. So that might be the move that we do after this. Because it'd take the least of inventing. Don't you need the press first? Well, that'd be if we're going into production lines. Yeah, and I'd be going for the production lines. We're talking, this is down the road. Because, like I said, we have the better header for harvester to get, the better seeder to get. I would probably do the extra tile, the cultivator, the replacement tractor, because this one's getting worn out. The replacement tractor, the warehouse. You get the idea. There's a lot in the way before we do that. But I would get the extra tile, and we'll just have the extra tile for right now contribute to the granary and all that. And then we would switch it over later. Okay. But we don't get that extra tile till we get our better equipment, because I wouldn't be able to get all the fields done if we did get an extra tile. And the temptation is there, but I need to not use the AI because I still have to buy fertilizer, which means I have to sell more of our flour prematurely. It's not what I want to do, but it's what we're going to end up having to do. But we'll just keep dragging it out as long as possible, get as much as we can out of it. Sorry about that. Okay. Hey, Jay Walker, how's it going? The good news is it looks like I got enough seeds to cover everything. So that I've kind of established. We also do have some fertilizer in there. I honestly think with the fertilizer I have in the big fertilizer thing, I think I only need one more thing of fertilizer. Because I still think it's got like 9 or 11% or something like that, and it goes through it really slowly. It's probably not enough to get through all the fields though. But yeah, and for those who didn't catch earlier, we did actually hit our milestone for doing 2 Twitch integration streams this month. So I'll get the I'll try and get it after the stream. I won't promise that, but we'll get one thing that'll just be like, hey, what games do you want to see me consider? Like, what games would you like to be considered for Twitch integration? It'll just put up a bunch of games that people might be interested in seeing. and then we'll put it up for a poll on what we actually do the Twitch integration streams in. And then once that poll's been up for a while, we will, we'll set a day or two. Well, I mean, it's going to be 2 days. We'll set 2 days where everyone can do the Twitch integration. So that should be fun. It'll be something like, and it could even be that there's more than one game per stream. We'll play it by ear with that. But it could be like RimWorld, it could be Noita, it could be Project Zomboid, it could be Cult of the Lamb. I'm just thinking of games that I know have Twitch integration that we could set up.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Which Noita wouldn't be that bad of a choice, considering they just had a big update. And Pankraru redeeming to decrease the cost of winning Twitch. Let me line this up real fast, and I'll get that stretch going. Noita's so fun to watch. Yeah, in the past, it's had pretty mixed to not good results on this channel. Like, it's a great game that I have lots of hours in. I'm actually only missing 3 achievements for the whole game. I've gotten all the others. I've already done the everything run, got my crown. I haven't done all the runs. Wait, no. I haven't done the everything. I did the 23 orb or 27 orb or whatever run. Everything was the one I was working on that I haven't knocked out yet. But it's just unfortunately the style of game it is. When I do play it on the channel, it generally doesn't do well. But I think that's more, it's the audience I built for this channel isn't particularly well aligned for Noita. It's a lot more action and platformy than anything I play on here. But that said, I have had people enjoy it, like the Twitch integration of it. But it's a classic, like, Noita isn't a bad game or anything like that. You need to have an audience situated for it. We kind of all pick our audiences by what we play and how we choose to moderate and all that kind of stuff. What am I seeing here? I keep seeing this. It's just like a scuff in the dirt. Alright. I was just curious. I kept seeing him like, what is that? Hey, Shoo Shoo. Happy New Year's to you as well. And I do appreciate the pushing of all the self-care buttons. All right. So maybe what I do is for order of operations, maybe I deliberately plan on seeding the big field here and one of the little fields, and then tomorrow in game we seed the other big field and the other little field, to go with it that way. Because both of those will be in the appropriate window for seeding. We spread out how much I need to sell the flour to try and get more money out of it. As well as because of all those sales, I don't think we can get all 4 fields knocked out in the same day. I spent too much time running back and forth to the place. Oh man, we have got to I've got to get this tractor replaced. From just the seeding today, we're already down about 20% on its maintenance. It's just gonna get worse. But I still think the order of operations I said earlier is just what we're gonna have to do. Like, it's gonna bite into our profit margins a bit. But I think getting the better equipment to reduce the amount of time I need to run it each pass is gonna do more for us than just trying to save up for 3 or 4 seasons to make enough money to replace it. Because that's the big kicker, is to replace this tractor now, I would need to make like 300,000 or something like that. 200,000-300,000, somewhere in that ballpark. Unless we get lucky and on the sale here we catch another one. But I think I want to get a new one so I get the most time out of it. Because the discounts are really nice, but, it's nicer to get what we want. Yeah, I mentioned before, I kind of wish the way repair worked is I wish it ran at like half the speed you would need to get your repairs, but maybe increase the cost of repairs. So I'm fine with the repair cost being what it is. I think it's reasonable. But it feels weird to me that you're running a tractor on one field and that you're already like 15-20% like worn out that you need to get it serviced. It's like, all right, come on, man. Even a tractor that's got some serious mileage on it does a little bit better than that. That'll probably also be what we do is we run around, we seed this field, we seed the other field, we fertilize them both. Like that's where the day will end. We do our repair, gas up, all that kind of stuff. That way we're in a decent state of repair for when we go to start our next day. I gotta top off my seeder, it's getting low. Ooh, we might not actually have enough seed for all of it. I gotta get more, I gotta get more. That's just the way it is. If I do have to get more, it'll be one more. It's gonna be pretty close. Because we got down to the last 2 stripes in this one, but this is the biggest field. Our other big field isn't as big as this one. And then the other 2 fields are relatively small. But it does concern that we've already dipped into the second seeder, or the second container of seed. There's also a pretty good chance when we get the really big seeder, I'm going to probably have to get the expansion thing that you put on your tractor to have it carry more seed. So you don't have to do laps. Okay. Just snacking a little bit on what I've got left of my dinner. I've eaten pretty much all of it. There's just, they're like crunchy bread pieces, and I don't want to eat those into the mic. Because that's always a bad time. I know some people are cool with that kind of thing, but generally, like for me personally, my own listening stuff, it's a really not great feel for me when, you know, someone is crunching into the mic. Unless they're doing it as like, you know, it can be done as a gag where it's just a little bit, that's fun. But if someone's like straight up eating their meal into the mic and just like making mouth flappy noises or crunching, it's just like, could you mute your mic and play music for like 5 minutes and just finish your food? And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of things people can eat that won't pick up on the mic at all, and people need to eat. But it's like if you're eating something you know is gonna make some noise, like if someone's eating potato chips or like tortilla chips or something on their stream and they're just crunching up a storm, it's like, all right, come on, man, I need you to stop doing that. I mean, realistically, I'll just tune into a different channel, come back when they're done. Like, it's kind of awkward. Like, it's one thing when you're sitting with someone else and you're, like, sitting down for a meal. Obviously, people make noises when they eat. It's not a silent activity. And there's certainly things they could do to be, you know, more or less presenting of that sound. But then there's very much a difference of when you're sitting down, even if, like, I'm eating and you are eating while watching, it is a very different experience. it doesn't have the same feel as a viewer at all. Alright, last pass. It'll be nice to get some lights. I do think the first lights we put up are right there in the corner. I think that's where the first 2 lights go. On either side of that corner on the end. I haven't decided yet what style of lights we want to do or whatever. Like to actually add some street lights, because I want to add some street lights along this road. So you can actually see what the heck is going on. I might even start them that whenever I put down the asphalt here to make this look like a parking lot for the granary and all that, I might start putting the first lights around the parking lot of that we make, because, you know, that feels the most authentic. And I think also, like, after we get the tile, like that third tile sorted, where we start feeling pretty good about getting pretty consistent money, I think that'll be the point that we might, after we get, like, our better seeder, our better harvester head and everything, I might go and we get rid of that bus as our house and actually put, like, a house in the, like, in the middle of what's, you know, going to be downtown. Like, just like a little farmhouse that we stay at. But I can worry about that when we get there. Alright, so that's that field. Now this field over here, the little one. Alright, Cerise the Mage, you have a good one. Then we're going to seed both of these 2 fields, the one we just did and this one today. Then we'll put the fertilizer down. And then we'll do the next 2. The next in-game day. Which should go way faster, because, like, that bottom field, since I combined it, has made it, like, almost 1.5 times the next smaller field. Alright. I've also not looked to see what the giant projector style lights. I'm honestly kind of curious if you could reasonably, like, light up an entire field for you to work on. I don't think you would. But also that take up the edges of the field, which would be a whole big pain, because then turning around gets annoying. Okay. It'd also be nice if we get the larger cedar and all that, because you always want to overlap just a tiny bit with your past row, just to make sure you don't miss spots. But when you have like a tiny little planter, cedar, or harvester, that overlap is a much higher percent of the area you're doing per time. So it just ends up being those things that really cost you in efficiency. Hey, Richard, Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much for the New Year wishes. Okay. Have I sold the bread yet? No, we're like right now we're stockpiling it. I believe December is when it sells. So once I get this seeded, then like seeded and fertilized, it's basically fast forward time until it's time to sell bread. It just right now with the small tools, it takes me a pretty good chunk of a stream to like get my fields reset. We're basically getting pretty much one harvest / year through each of like each stream. Like each, when I say stream, each half stream or whatever. Giants will be back to work on Monday, but some of the staff will be in the office from Wednesday. That's cool. I mean, I think it's good when companies do a good job of like giving their people time off. Especially in the game dev industry and all that, which is notorious for having people work like ridiculous hours, not paying overtime, and like so many negative things. That when you do have the companies like, oh yeah, they get the holidays off, you know, they're gonna be properly compensated, no crunch allowed. That's just way better. That is to me one of the biggest disappointments of 2023 is, despite how many amazing titles got delivered, just how incredibly awful it was for game developers in 2023 in regards to, you know, people would roll out what is like this big, you know, big major release, and then a bunch of them would get laid off. That, I don't know. Let's see, what, nearly 10,000 or something? Oh, the number who got laid off kind of thing? Yeah, no, it was pretty high. So you say, and broken games despite crunch. My response would be broken games because crunch. As a software developer, if you want my quality of my work to go down, you crunch. That is the fastest way to take my quality and just dumpster it. When you ask someone to do more work in less time, you're basically sacrificing quality of work for speed of work. Oh no, it's way over 1,000. There were individual companies that laid off over 1,000. Yeah, and crunch also means you don't end up doing proper QA. Like, they just don't have the time to do their jobs right. Like, that's not an insult on QA. That's literally, you know, this job takes 3 months. You have a week, and you just kind of look at them and go, well, it's not going to get done right then. Yeah, no, crunch is all around bad. Crunch is not your friend. Crunch means fatigued brains, means more mistakes, means more bugs. Crunch means less time to take the time to figure out the better way to approach the problem and just slap it together and make it work, which means, again, more bugs, more problems. You know, if crunch is part of your regular process, it's time to fire your project managers. Because that's a failure on leadership. Crunch should not be a normal state for a company. Like, there's a difference when you're dealing with something that's like a seasonal thing. You know, like Black Friday sales when you're working in like retail or whatever. Obviously, you can't have the extra 10 bodies you need for that one day sitting around for 10 months leading up to it. So that's an understandable situation, but that's not normal for development of any kind. Like, you know when you want to release the title. You give them the right resources, make sure you're not scope creeping, you do all that stuff. And if it leads to crunch, that should already be deemed as a negative on leadership. or whoever is the decision makers of what is and isn't getting in and what resources are being allocated. And then on top of that, if after you have your crunch and you deliver and you lay people off, you're basically saying what we want to do is we want to allocate even less resources to trying to accomplish the same thing next time. Do you know what leads to even more bugs? A whole bunch of new people and a whole bunch of new people who have not worked with the team very long, and a whole bunch of reduction of resources, because it means you got to cut more and more corners. So you should see it. Pretty much every layoff you see should be, deemed as they've just decided they want to have a lower quality product the next round. Because in a lot of ways it really is. It's got about 3 steps removed, but it is ultimately what the outcomes are. It means you're going to have games with less systems, lower quality, that kind of thing. Not a very broad thing. There's obviously going to be games that break the mold, are the exception, and all that. But you are still reducing the resources available for whatever you're making. That said, where I think a lot of that is happening does circle back in my mind to what a conversation we had much earlier in the stream, and that pretty much boiled down to entertainment as we know it is going through a change, not necessarily in a bad way or good way or whatever. Otherwise, it's just people's preferences are changing, and everyone's stuck trying to figure it out. And so I do think that has actually been a contributing thing to a lot of stuff not doing well this past year. A lot of games that didn't do well and that kind of thing. Is because a lot of companies have been sticking to the formulas they know and trust, because that's what so many of them do when they're scared. And if that thing they know and trust is what people are moving away from, it means you're just locking yourself into something that's not going to do well. Let's see, BioWare got lucky, but then things went very, very poorly. It happens. Like, it also could be if people, like, you crunch them a couple of times, and the first time they manage, the second time they manage, and the third time they're like, nah, I'm over it. Burnout sets in. Leah says, you can only have 2. Something done well, fast, or cheap. Shareholders want all 3. Yeah, and I had that conversation a number of times with a past, it'd be a middle manager, but like a past middle manager is like, here's the deal. You can set the due date and what resources I have available. And then reality will dictate the quality. You can set the quality and the resource available, and I'll, allocate the due date. It's like, you get the idea. You can grab 2 of those sliders and you can move it, and that last slider is going to reflect reality. And he goes, I don't believe that. I'm like, well, that's fine. You can choose not to believe it however much you want. But while it's not like a hard truth in the reality that you're literally dragging sliders, and you're like, oh, your quality's gone down 10%. It's nothing that formulaic. On the broad scope, it's true. And if you say I want them all, it means you don't know which ones you're not going to get. Moves all sliders to the lowest position. So, as expensive as possible, with as few resources, and right now. That's what we call vaporware. It's something you sell that doesn't ultimately exist. You sell a promise never to be seen. And you spend a lot of money on that promise. All in marketing. Because you don't have a product. You definitely see the signs from Mass Effect 2 onward. Yeah, no, I feel like that's the thing. And like I said, I don't see it as a bad thing. I think we're just getting to a point that there is a generation of gamers who are, I'm going to say, aging out. And this is as the main market share. And what I mean by that is we have people who game and have gamed their whole lives who are literally not, like, they're reaching end of life. We won't dance around it. They're reaching end of life. And so what they grew up and what they've liked is different than, you know, what people in my age range grew up and like, and what the younger generation grew up and like. And right now, we're moving from the primary spenders has moved from my parents' generation to the generation I'm in, are now the ones who are doing the primary amount of spending on entertainment. So entertainment has to adjust to our preferences. Just the same, the younger generation is starting to properly enter the market of buying entertainment, and they have their own preferences. And we've spent so long targeting the generation over ours, like much longer than you normally would, that it's catching a bunch of people off guard that they're trying to figure it out. Because it's not just, oh, they like shooters more than this, or oh, they like tactical more than that. There's certainly those. Those are easier to detect. But like the more nuanced, like what tone is preferred, what this is preferred. Do they want their games to, you know, be more vibrant? Do they want their games to, you know, push difficult stories? And it's a broad thing. They're going to want games in all the area. But like for the big games that people are going to be spending $500,000 or $500 million plus making, you've got to get that right. Storge says, I know you used to love JRPGs, but I can't stand them now. Yeah, I used to be really big into JRPGs as well. I wouldn't say I can't stand them now, so much as there's other games I want to play way more that I don't end up touching them. Which is a little different, but ultimately kind of the same result of I don't buy them. So that's a whole thing. I also used to be really big into competitive games. And, you know, first-person shooters and all that, like very heavily focused on multiplayer. That's not my preferences anymore. I've moved on. I also feel one of the things that exacerbates that is when we do have a win, you know, genre-wise, that everyone makes, you know, their own version, their own take on it. And most of them don't iterate enough to make it actually interesting, but there's a handful who do. But after, you know, 5, 6, 7 years of whatever that genre is being pumped out in mass, you tend to be kind of over it. Yep, Happy New Year to the West Coast as well. Leia says, I feel like everything is going to go fast pace in kind of surface level depth for the next generation, if attention span means anything. See, that's the thing. I've actually seen a lot of the opposite from a lot of younger people. I've seen a lot more younger people getting into games like Path of Exile and such, where there's like ridiculous depth, but is engaging the whole time. Well, has there been no real competition for Farming Simulator? Mostly, I think it's in the lead kind of thing. Yeah, versus like also Baldur's Gate was like the big commercial success this year. So I think the low attention span gets exaggerated a lot for the younger generation. And I think it's primarily just because people see how they use TikTok, which is you scroll up, did it engage you immediately? No, you scroll up, did it engage you immediately? You scroll up. And I think it's literally just the perspective of TikTok being the big thing. I mean, look how long the younger generation's been playing Minecraft and Roblox. And we talk about attention span. They have been playing those games like literally thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. Which definitely be the counter argument. So I do feel there's a little bit of a misattributing on the attention span of the younger generation. Not that there isn't people with low attention span, mind you. But it's one of those things that here's like where the reality is and here's where it's presented kind of things. Which is true of a lot of things. Like the whole avocado toast thing with millennials, that was presented as like big things that all of the millennials are eating avocado toast, and you kind of scratch your head and go, okay, I could think of like 1 or 2 of my friends who are into avocado, but that's basically it. And I can tell you, they're not going and having their weekend avocado toast. But it was sure presented on the news like it was a big thing for a good long while. And nothing wrong with avocado toast, mind you. It's just not, as a generation, 90% of people are getting their daily dose of avocado toast. But that's not unusual. That's usually a very common problem in the presentation of a lot of that stuff. Is a thread pops up, there may be or may not be some basis on reality, and you take the way it's presented, it's usually like a factor of 5 to 10 worse than it really is. This could also be true. In Big Simplex, it could be their attention span might be extremely distributed. Small span for many things, large span for few. Yeah. Well, and I mean, you think about it. Stuff like social media generally... Like, even I go on, like, social media, I'm just going through the posts really fast because there's not enough substance there to stick on any one thing. You know, if there's something there that doesn't particularly have a lot of interest, I'm going to move on really quick. And I feel like a lot of... And this is something that my generation's also guilty of, as well as older. And I'm using generation here very broadly, by the way, not applying to individuals. That we have the things we are interested in, and they're not the same. And so we decide that they have a lower attention span because they didn't stay interested in the thing we showed them as long, despite the fact that they're just interested in stuff that we aren't. There's also a lot of variety. And I also argue there's more variety than we've ever had. So why spend a whole lot of time on one thing when you can have the whole range? Yeah, no, we also had limited stuff that the number of times that's like, okay, you finish playing all the games available because there wasn't, go and get your $2-3 video game out the store because you can get an indie game. It was, you had to be ready to plug down 40, 50, 60 bucks. That was what they cost. And if you either couldn't or couldn't justify it, you just didn't get to play another new game. So, we would go outside and play with stick. Because what else were we going to do? That doesn't mean we had a higher attention span, just we didn't have the options to jump between stuff as much. And I can remember doing that stuff and being absolutely bored to death. I would have absolutely done something else if I had the means. Oh yeah, the number of shareware games back in the day. I burned some real time on some shareware games. A term that doesn't even exist anymore. Good old, what was it? Oh, what was a Chex Mix game? It was basically Doom, but Chex. Which for those, I don't know, like that probably doesn't translate for a lot of places. But Chex is a cereal. But it was basically Doom, but they themed everything off of, Chex. A lot of demos that you just play over and over. Oh yeah. Don't think accessibility games is much higher? Man, I would love mobile games back then. Oh yeah, absolutely. Chex Mix Doom, so it needs to bring that back. That's what you say, and then you end up playing those games. Like, there's games like that that you think fondly of, and you look back and you're like, man, I'd love to play that. And then you go back and go, oh yeah, I mean, that was good in its day, but yeah, no, I'm good. I don't need to play anymore. I made that mistake a couple of times, of going back to a game I have fond memories of, and the fond memories were still there, but you play for like 30 minutes, you're like, you know what? I'm actually not having that much fun. And it kind of ruins the nostalgia of the game. You grew up with Flash games? Yeah, we didn't... When I grew up, there weren't There weren't no Flash. The internet was new. Actually, technically, I'm older than the internet. Nostalgia blurs your memory. Yep, rose-colored glasses. There is a lot of things they've gone back. Like, there's a lot of games they can go back to that, I was like, I thought this would be fun. And you go, man, I don't miss this. I don't miss this at all. Perfect Dark. There was a game I went back to play, and I played for like half an hour. My face was just wet the entire way down from just my eyes watering just trying to look at it. That was a game I remember burning. I couldn't tell you how many hours in. Playing with friends in the versus multiplayer and all that. And just straight up melting your eyeballs. Pixely graphics. GoldenEye seems like the common example here. Yep, GoldenEye. For those who don't know, Perfect Dark literally is the same engine as GoldenEye, but like the next step up. Also made by Rare. So if you basically say GoldenEye, you're looping Perfect Dark in there as well. It's kind of the same game with a different story. You know, and they're a little bit willing to go more absurd with the things you can do. N64 shooters are rough. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, I used to love a good text adventure. You know what I can't stand playing anymore? A game that's just a wall of text that I choose between A, B, or C. Or even worse, you go back to like the old Quest games where you have to be like, type in what you want your character to do and spend 10 minutes to try and figure out what command it'll even take. I remember getting real frustrated at that. I have fond memories of it that make me think it was all a good time, but it's like, I remember getting stuck in Police Quest trying to figure out what the heck the word sobriety was. Because it's like, give drunk test. Make man walk line. And doing that for like half hour. And then someone had to be like, so, you know, when you get pulled over for being drunk, you get, the test they do is called a sobriety test. And you're like, ah, okay. And then you finally get past that part. But do you think there was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 problems not as good as you remember? Just play a teenager? Those are the ones that's like, I could see going back and be like, this is probably going to be a great time. And then you play and you go, oh, no, I think I'm good. I feel like my keyboard is already not detecting keys as well, which is very frustrating because I just got this keyboard. But there is like random inputs that have caused, like they're causing me to make typos where it doesn't take the letter. And I am pretty annoyed because it's actually a nice keyboard. It's what I get for going with like a major brand versus, you know, one I personally like have, you know, had history with. It's a Razer. I think, yeah, it's a Razer. I needed to get a keyboard in a hurry, and it was the only mechanical I could get in a hurry, because I could go to a physical location. You played the old King Quest case recently with a guide? Can't do all the trial and error. Yep. Storge says, getting to the end game, realizing you can't win because you missed a timed event in the first 10 minutes. Oh man, that was Space Quest 1. You forgot to grab the item at the beginning, and your entire run was doomed. And you wouldn't know it to the end scene where you needed a thing, and you'd be like, what the heck is it talking about? And the only way to find out you had even missed it was to look up a guide where someone's like, oh yeah, you're supposed to find it over there right at the beginning of the game. To which your response is usually along the lines of, are you expletive kidding me? Were you going to play through and get to that point again? No. And people used to think that was a good idea to include stuff like that in their game. So I need solid fertilizer. We get 2 of those. Ray Lester Dan says, a lot of it is also that when you first played, those were great games. They just didn't hold up long term. And you don't enjoy going back to them. Oh yeah. Well, it's a lot of times like we did it was a remake of the old Harvest Moon game, Story of Seasons, like is what they're calling them now. It is a remake of one of their first ones that was 3D. And I remember loving Harvest Moon back in the day. For those who don't know Harvest Moon, it's basically Stardew Harvest Moon's basically the same idea of a game. It's just Stardew Valley added a bunch of stuff. And so what ended up happening was we went back and we played that for like a dare drop or something. I got a key. And I actually, like, at first was like, okay, I'm alright. But just the sheer number of quality of life features that you just expect in games nowadays. It's just one of those things that's like super, super frustrating when you don't have them. Oh, the mod is called Universal Auto Loader. It's the only mod I have loaded on here. Like, literally everything else is vanilla except that one thing. It's Universal Auto Loader. And that's just because by the time you get to mid-game, it becomes Forklift Simulator. And it stops being that much fun. Because you're like, oh my god, please. Well, that and the map. Yes, the map. I really should add the map on here. The map itself is a mod. I just don't think about it just, you know, because. We're not using any of the other map features, just the map itself. Alright, how am I doing on time? Not as good as I'd like to be. I would like to get... even if we don't end up doing the next harvest, I would like to get to the point the next harvest is available, ideally. You're playing the Alan Wake remaster. The controls are a bit unfortunate, and that wasn't that long ago. Well, I mean, that happens as well. Games just make poor design choices for stuff. Like, I have no opinion about Alan Wake. I haven't played it yet, but that's been a thing with some modern games we've had pop out there. Like, why on earth would they choose this control scheme? Like, this is just annoying to deal with. Which usually it is one of the people who is like a higher up in the group had a game they specifically liked that used one of those unfortunate control schemes. That's just what they're used to. And then it's like getting everything switched over and on board. Oh, that's way off. Let's fix that. Or as you can tell, you can't aim your gun. And I've had a few games like that. I'm like, why is this button what it is? And it's not a problem if you can remap the controls, even though that is a little bit of a pain. As long as you have the option, though, it's relatively okay. But then there's all the games that are just like, either one, they'll do the thing where it's like, here's your two choices of control schema, and you're kind of like, all right, which one's the one that I find less frustrating? Or two, they'll just be like, nah, sorry, man, this is the controls. You can't change them. Too bad. It all locks, sometimes it misses. Just throw up your hands, nothing you can do. Yeah, I have no idea. Like I said, that was a game series I never ended up getting into. There's definitely been a bunch of game series that looks like nothing but good news I've never gotten properly into. Like Uncharted was one I've heard people rant and rave about. And I played one of them very briefly, and I definitely got the Tomb Raider vibes from back in the day. But it was one of those things that, I don't know, I just couldn't realistically put in the time. Like, it was interesting, but not interesting enough that it became the game I played off stream. Which means it would never get finished, so... And those are also a style of game I don't find myself playing that much anymore. The ones where you explore, like, kind of platformy worlds. With the exception of, like, the Soul-style games. I definitely put a lot of time into those still. Yeah, like, I'm hitting Q, and a lot of times it's not registering. So I'm pretty annoyed. I'm going to try, like, reseeding the cables after stream and everything and just see if that's what it needs. Alright, so I don't think I have enough time to seed and fertilize another field. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pop in here. We're going to advance our day. I'm going to seed and fertilize the other field, and I'm going to fertilize those first fields as well. So we're going to have a little staggering between the fields. I might still end up needing to get a little bit more I still might end up needing to get a little bit more fertilizer. That's fine. And grab the cedar. Does the Oriava game default having certain button bound to something different that is in almost every other game? Like the new God of War games? Yeah, or they do that thing where you are allowed to rebind your keys, but there's like one of the buttons does multiple things, and you just really wish you could separate them. So you run into a situation where like talk to the person is the same button as shoot the person. It's just a matter of your distance away from the person decides whether it's A or B. And so you have those frustrating things about, like, I need to be very careful to not injure this person, because if I do, they aggro on me, and then I can never undo it. Dark Souls, I'm looking to use specifically. Right in the eyes. So it's like, I'm doing this run where I have to do it a certain way. It's like, okay, well, let me just very carefully get really close to this person, make sure they're centered, make sure it has the highlight, then I talk to them. Versus, like... Or they'll do the thing like the open door and the use key are the same, but your use key, there's situations where you might want to go through door and do stuff at the same time, but you can't, so you just open and slam the door on yourself because you hit your buttons too fast. That's almost exclusively an issue when you run into with playing games that are either console ports or they're designed very specifically with console in mind. And like, it's fine for console to do that. I understand. You've got limited buttons. You got to make what happens. That's totally cool. On the PC, let me separate those two actions out. Make each action its own button, and they can default to the same one, but let me go in and change it if I so choose. Dark Souls also does that thing, because there was some of the Dark Souls games had a dedicated button for jumping, and some of the Dark Souls games had it where it was like you push down on the stick to jump. And I hate push down on the stick as a control. Alright, you sleep well, Lardine. Thank you so much for tuning in. Happy New Year's. Because, like, the push down on the stick is always one of, like, the least reliable for me so far as, like, getting it to accept it. And plus it ends up making it so I have to hold my thumbsticks differently at different times. Till, you know, all that. Did Dark Souls have a jump? It wasn't just last game? Nope, every single one of them had a jump. Or also, at the same token, as Kira's saying, also, let me bind two controls the same thing. Especially when games when you have, like, multiple modes, like Space Sims. I get really annoyed with Space Sims when I have one set of controls that applies to both while I'm on the ground and in space kind of thing. I'm like, but no, I want different buttons. Like, when I'm on the ground, I want WASD. When I'm in the spaceship, give me my, you know, give me my joystick and my throttle and all that. I don't want to walk on the ground using a joystick. It's not what I want in life. But yeah, no, Dark Souls, it was actually very common in the Dark Souls games that there were certain places you had to access that you needed to jump. Like, I know Dark Souls 3 had it, I know Elden Ring has it, I know Dark Souls 2 has it, I'm 99% sure Dark Souls 1 had it. That would be the only one I could be convinced otherwise. But I'm pretty sure I remember jumping in Dark Souls 1. Now, as well as the thing is, you didn't use the button 90% of the time, and there'd be, like, the one place where you have to, like, jump the gap to grab the item or whatever. You mostly used it to, like, cheese red spirits and all that, where you'd hop over the hole and then watch people fail at jumping. You might be remembering the wrong game. Yeah, there was a game I've debated playing on the channel just as kind of like a gimmick one time, would be, Storge, which is a Dark Souls-like game, but you, like, cybernetically augment your character. But, I found the intro to Storge to be a little bit on the interesting side. Because it kind of gave you an idea of why this person went into this, like, nightmare situation and all that. And whatnot. The game itself was... It was honestly decent, it was just not amazing. But it kind of just didn't make any waves because it's kind of at the same time a lot of Souls-like games are popping out. There's also L3, so it can be clicked and, you know, you clicked it and it tilted to the side, you jump off the cliff. Oh yeah, I really did not much care for the stick having the jump on it. But yeah, no, the intro... Hey, Happy New Year, 2D Kiri. Can I get a shout out for 2D Kiri? For those that don't know 2D Kiri, absolutely a fantastic content creator on the platform. Does tons and tons of indie games. Always a good time over there. So definitely check that out. Definitely a completionist when it comes to achievements, which low-key, when I can, I do the same. It's not been easy since I started streaming. But yeah. The only reason Dark Souls games were hard was because they're clunky. I don't even call Dark Souls games hard. They're pattern recognition, so there is a time span you have to put in to learn the pattern. While you're doing so, the game just wrecks you. And then Dark Souls is also really good about punishing you for rushing through things until you know the game well enough. Yeah, so definitely. Achievements are the best. You 100% Roots of Pacha a couple weeks ago. That's on my list to 100%. The current ones I've been working on is Cookie Clicker, which will take me forever. And Coral Island, I'm starting to knock down the achievements. I just finished the getting every single one of the bugs achievement. And I'm down to, I think, like 4 of the fish I still have to get. And then a lot of social interaction. I did know some of the achievements that didn't get taken earlier when I did them. Like, I just crafted one more item and it just suddenly went, okay, cool. So yeah, Roots of Pacha is one I intended circling back to as well. So as says, there is a game that has had an achievement for rage quitting. Oh, there's a bunch of fun achievements out there over the years. There's also frustrating ones. Like, the one achievement that has very much upset me is there's a game called I Cannot Believe This Is Not Gambling, which is a game that's entirely a commentary on loot boxes. And so it's amusing as a commentary kind of thing. They've got a lot of fun gags, but they have an achievement that would require you to turn on an auto clicker and then shrink the window to its smallest size to improve its frame rate, and then just have it run for literal real life months to get the achievement. So it's supposed to be impossible, but is deeply upsetting. 2D said, you love Coral Island? Oh, absolutely. Each time they did a major update during early access, I would play it on the channel, and then on release, I did like a proper run through where we completed the story. And then I've been playing it off stream, just grinding out the stuff I'm missing. But yeah, no, it's absolutely a wonderful game. Like, for me, like the comment I would get a lot is like, oh, it's just Stardew Valley. I'm like, okay, it's not. It does borrow very, very heavily from its predecessors. The intro sequence is Stardew Valley. You just take, I'm blanking on her name, the carpenter, Robin. It's just you take Robin, you split her into 2 people, and you have the same intro sequence. And so that's where I think it gets a lot of its criticism. But it does a lot to differentiate itself, and the quality of life is just top-notch. Like, very, very genuinely, if someone demanded I say, if I was unilaterally the one to give Game of the Year for last year, what game would I give it to? Coral Island would be a strong competitor. Sunhaven would also be up there. Sunhaven would definitely be at least in the top 3 or whatever. Like, those would be the 2 that I'd probably put the most into. Which I know that would upset a lot of people, which is why I don't unilaterally have that decision. Not to mention, why would I have it? But yeah. I also appreciate that Coral Island is one of those games, if there is a mechanic in the game you just don't like, there are ways you can mostly get around it. Like, you have to, like, dabble just a little, but you could effectively fully circumvent it outside of achievement hunting. That if you just don't want to fish, you can complete the game without fishing. If you want. If you just don't enjoy the bug catching, you can complete the game, mostly avoiding the bug catching. I'm actually willing to bet, I am willing to bet you'd only need to do like the very initial, no, you probably wouldn't. You could probably save up your merit points to buy the thing to give you skill points in the bug catching and get away with almost out catching a single bug the whole game. And same with fishing. That you could, well actually no, I don't think you can get around fishing. Like completely. But I'm willing to bet you could catch the critters and the bugs. It'd be monotonous and terrible and annoying, but you'd get to the point where you could get the traps and then use nothing but the traps. This good says, I saw an achievement for turning on dark mode called My Eyes Don't Hurt Anymore, and you refuse to get that achievement on principle? Okay. Man, I absolutely like it. I'm not gonna spoil anything. I know you've been playing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Eyes don't hurt me. Eyes don't hurt me no more. Excellent. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
This is definitely not a real hydrate. Oh wait, actually, I can do a real hydrate. I was gonna say, drinking something with a little alcohol is definitely not a real hydrate. That's not how you hydrate. And thank you for all those follows and welcome to the stream. Let's see. There's some things that you excel at. Puns is not one of them. I really want... Chat, I really want to finish these two fields, both planting and putting fertilizer down in them. And I really don't want to spend all of my money paying the worker to do it for me. Yeah, I'm not sitting how I'm supposed to. I mean, actually, we'd probably be okay. I think we'll be able to like wrap this up for the normal time for stream end. Like that's the whole thing. Is I want to get this done. I want to fast forward. I want to sell my bread. I want to see how much money we make in bread. Actually, let's check our production lines. How's everything doing? Water's still fine in the granaries. Okay, everything's fine. So bigger seeder with fertilizer inbuilt. Well, that's the thing we have on our agenda. When we sell our bread, the hope is we will make enough money that we'll be able to get the better header for our harvester. We hope to get the we're probably actually not going to be able to get the better header of the harvester. I forgot we've been dipping pretty heavily into our flour and our produce from our greenhouse to keep things moving because, you know, we spent all our money on the bakery. All right, that's fine. We'll get there when we get there. Yeah, be careful with that word, soul atoms. It's kind of replaced another word that's generally considered a pretty bad insult. So I generally, I'll keep that one auto-modded. I know you mean it as a joke, but that is those ones like, no, I don't think I want that one. I think like making puns is fine, but you got it. You'd be surprised if it didn't trigger. There's a good reason for that. There is a really, really good reason for not being surprised that it triggered. I don't think I've actually seen that word used not directly insulting someone or like a group of someone's. So, That's the reason I'm like, nah, we're just gonna keep that. We're just gonna keep that word put away. We're just gonna put it in a happy little box and right into the dumpster where that word belongs. At least this time it wasn't. Yeah. Oh, so I don't think it was that, it was this. This is the word that Automod triggered on one time, and I scratched my head and was like, this? The word this by itself. Like, just the word, like, I mean, it was in a sentence, but like, the sentence had nothing negative. Or, no, it was thing. That's right, it was thing. It was thing. It was just like in a sentence where it was like not negative or anything, but it was like, as a sexual term, it was just like thing. I'm like, okay, don't get me wrong, people do use it that way, but I feel like the word thing shouldn't be auto-modded unless it was like, you know, it buffered by other words that was like, you know, like your thing or something like, ah, yeah, okay, flag that one. That's fair. That's fair. That's probably likely someone being totes inappropriate, as Toom would say sometimes. Yeah, with some qualifiers, but just the word thing by itself hitting Automod was what? I don't understand.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right, so actual hydrate. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Night Dweller, did you see the new wave emote you have access to now? It's the fancy hello. Brand new, off the press. Like 2 days ago, I think. Yeah, we have, for those who don't know, we have 6 new emotes as of, I think it was 2 days ago or something like that. We have Chaos, we have Tree, we have Steer, Wave, Tomb, and I'm missing one. There you go. Those are the new emotes. Thank you, Kiri. Oh, Jam, that's what I'm missing. I'm very happy about the Jam emote, by the way. Like, low-key, I'm very, very happy with that one specifically. Like, they're all good, but that's the one I'm kind of proudest of. I tried to go with something that wasn't, like, the typical Jam emote. Like, nothing wrong with that. I wanted to, you know, set it up to be more like, if you're familiar with Mystery Skulls, like, music videos, I didn't want, like, the steady, like, little head bob. I want, like, the kind of, like, jerk sound, like, kind of thing that they do. You know, just to be different. I feel like having your emotes being as different as you can to a certain extent does a lot for them. Steer's all your favorite? Yeah, so I didn't go with the, like, really frantic steering. I went with just, like, kind of just, like, a little bit. And I've gotten a lot of positive feedback with that. And I think it is, again, just, it's differentiating. There's nothing bad about any of the emotes. They're excellent. But it's different enough to stand out. But I'm very happy with the emote. And Happy New Year's to everyone. I think, have we reached the point that everyone's had their New Year's? Are we out of New Year's? I know we're getting pretty close, because I want to say it's, oh man. I'm trying to remember what the 0 hour is for New Year's. I think we're pretty close. I remember... You think there's another hour? Gotcha. I was gonna say, I know we're close. I don't remember exactly when we hit that point where, like, all of the New Year's have happened. And that now we have people getting into January 2nd. Pretty soon. But yeah, no, Steer's fun. I had even mentioned the scarf, and the animator put that in there. I was like, oh, that's amazing. I didn't even think about it. But yeah, for the record, we're going to be commissioning 6 more pretty soon. I've got a lot of emote slots to deal with. I am doing them in, like, little batches of 6 here and there, because that works both great for me and the person. So if you have ideas of emotes you'd like to see on the channel, we do have a channel on the Discord called Emote Ideas, so please share them there. Until I've commissioned them, I can always change my mind, but once I say, like, this is what I want, here's money, that's kind of when we're locked in. Like, you know, don't get me wrong, I could be that person who changed their mind 30 times, but then, you know, most artists wouldn't deal with me. So I don't do that. Because I've been that person on the other side, receiving those kind of things and being like, I don't want to deal with this person. They keep changing their mind. And even if I upcharge them more and more each time they change their mind, I still don't want to deal with it. I'd rather just get a job done and move on to the next one. Alright, so we've already done, you can see we did the field to the right, we did the field ahead of us. This field are about half done, and then we got the teeny tiny field off right. I will need to do fertilizer on all 4 fields. And then this field and the one on the far right, I'll need to do another pass in-game tomorrow. You feel like the worst customer for artists? So it's fine to have to adjust things. But it's generally good to at least have a pretty good idea of what you want to go in. And that if you're adjusting things, that they're minor adjustments. Now, obviously, you've got to do what you've got to do. Sometimes you have an idea and then you see it on paper and go, oh, yeah. Oh, you change your mind by being vague and letting them do everything? That depends on the artists. Some artists, if you're like, I have an idea, I want this, and I want it to kind of have this feel to it, sometimes that can be an artist's favorite customer to deal with, because it just lets them cut loose. Other times, that can be the artist's least favorite thing to deal with. They're like, look, man, I just want to make your thing and be done with it. Hey, Mikey. How are you doing? So you can catch me up real quick? Yeah, sure. So what we're doing now is we're doing what we're referring to as the Survivor Man Challenge. And what that is in Farm Sim is, while it doesn't have like hard written rules that everyone follows, the general idea is you start with $0, a chainsaw, and then like sometimes people give themselves a trailer or a tractor or a truck or whatever. But basically the idea is you start with a tile, a chainsaw, and no money. And you have to try and build your farm up from that. And so what it ends up meaning is you can't just buy buy an entire setup to get going. You end up cutting down a bunch of trees to barely be able to get like the bare minimum you need to get any amount of money coming in to then, slowly bootstrap that up. So for us, we started with a truck as the one bonus. And it's pretty common to have rules that you're not allowed to lease or take leases or loans. Not everyone follows that, but like I said, there's no hard, fast rules. Oh, the command is just Survivor. ! Survivor. To that end, where we're at now is I did start with that bus over there on the hill, which is it's a house. You sleep in it. But that burned out bus over there, there's a little teeny tiny truck next to it. We also started that. I also gave myself the rule I wasn't allowed to sell the truck because that'd be an easy way to make some quick cash, like 10,000. So I'm not allowed to sell that. And so I started with those two and a chainsaw. There used to be like a forest on top of that hill, and there's, we cut away some of the trees over on that hill. But with all that, we've since then, we got some greenhouses. You can just barely see them over the top of that hill, and a tiny little 25 horsepower tractor, which is what I used at the beginning of the game. And we've used that to bootstrap ourselves up to having some fields to grow. So you can't see it because it blends into the grass pretty well right now, but there's a really giant field in front of me. It's kind of shinier than the rest of it. We've got the current field I'm planting. There's a field right there, and there's a field over there. We have recently acquired the granary there, and now the bakery over that way. And so we're in a pretty good spot where we can kind of do a bunch of crops. The downside is, this tractor is getting pretty worn out. Yeah, no, I was just finishing that row, and I'm going to top off. But our tractor is getting to that point where its maintenance costs are getting too high to keep it. But I also can't afford this tractor to get a replacement because it's like $250,000. Oh, man, I'm going to have to get another thing of seed. It's fine. But we've actually got a lot of money. Those are a whole bunch of pallets of bread. Yep, no, it's all good. Usually I'm pretty good about that stuff. The thing I get in trouble with is when I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to need to get more gas soon. And then I drive up to the place where you get gas, and I do something else. And then completely forget that I needed gas until I get about halfway back. And then I remember, and then it's the whole, okay, do I turn around now and go get the gas, or do I deal with it later? and usually I deal with it later, which means I'll just forget about it again. I haven't ever run out of gas in a vehicle in this game, but there's definitely hit those points where, oh no, I need to stop what I'm doing now and go get gas. Get seeds from the spout then? I mean, you probably can. I'll just probably end up buying another... They have a term for them. I'm not a farmer, so I don't know the terms. There's like an abbreviation for those containers of seeds and containers of lime. That they've got like a specific name. I just call them like crate or container or whatever, because I have no experience in agriculture on a real level. Nor do I really expect to. I'm playing a game about it. That's my knowledge. I have done tons of gardening, so I do understand a decent amount about plant care, but nothing at a macro scale. Like, I know about adjusting the pH of your soil, making sure it's properly fertilized. You know, in this game, you don't water your plants, but, you know, there's such thing as watering and overwatering and underwatering, and, like, deliberately changing how the water gets to the plant to help the root systems and yada, yada, yada. Most of which doesn't apply to farming when it comes to, like, the root system, so far as convincing it to, like, come from below. Because of being practical at that scale. But, you know, juggling potassium, nitrate, and phosphate. You know, making sure your pH isn't too high or low, because most plants have a fairly narrow margin they can handle before they either, you know, they might live but not thrive, or just straight up die. Mike says, you did the same challenge, and you played the save for about 30 hours, and then got to about 5 million, but it was on the old PC, and you lost the save. I mean, honestly, 30 hours would be pretty impressive. Well, I guess, I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Like, for example, there's greenhouses on this map that we discovered were ridiculously overpowered. Which is fine. Like, there's no... You know, it's a single... I mean, when you're playing on your own, it's a single-player game. You know, you're giving a challenge to yourself. No one's going to judge you for doing the challenge different than anyone else. There's, like, no hard set rules or anything. So anyone who wants to moan about it, you know, they have no ground to stand on with it. But we did discover the built-in buildings on this map are really powerful. I also didn't go for any of the meta strategies either. Like, we didn't pursue sillage right away. We didn't just, like, slap down some solar panels right at the beginning. But that was me deliberately adding extra hurdles for myself. None of that is against the rules. Part of that is also, I'm a content creator. If I wanted to maximize the dollars, I literally could just go solar panel, next day, next day, next day, solar panel, next day, next day, next day, solar panel. And then just watch, like, effectively infinite money roll in as we just keep scaling up forever. Because for those who don't know, the solar panels, I think it runs like $98,000 for, like, the big one. And it pays $8,000 per in-game day. So it's one of those things that once you get them to start, like, snowballing, you could get it so you could slap down another solar panel, like, almost every day. You could have absolutely absurd money really fast. And under certain things like sillage, that could be extremely lucrative as well. And again, there's nothing wrong with doing those routes. You know, if you're trying to, you know, like, win a challenge or whatever, that's what you do. It'd be like getting mad at a speedrunner for using speedrun strats. Yeah, 14 days to pay itself off. So it takes a little while, but if you're talking gameplay hours, that's not that big a deal. Because you spend those 14 days, it gets you another solar panel, and then 14 days after that, now you get 2 more solar panels, and then 14 days after that, you get 4 more solar panels, and 14 days after that, you get 8 solar panels. You see where this is going. It has multiplicative effect. It's farming money without playing the farming game. Yep. But that's trying to go for the real life hours versus in-game hour, like in-world hours. I think in-world hours, sillage would probably be one of the strongest ones, because you would turn around and, like, when you're doing the grass, you can get, you know, for an entire tile, probably like 15,000 ish from just mowing grass and taking it back to sell. But then if you take it the step farther to making it into silage, which is where, you know, you pile it up, you let it decompose and ferment into that product, it increases the money you make from it by, like, I think it's like a factor of 2 or something. Like, it's pretty high, whatever it was. And so suddenly from one tile you're making, you know, right near the beginning of the game, like $35,000 per in-game day. And then of course you could scale it up by buying a second tile. Realistically, you're going to scale it up by expanding into other things that you can set up really quickly. But, you know, there's lots of strategies around that. Another one is to go with the animals route, to set up the grass the first day and all that. Get to stuff like sheep, which just require grass and water.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Mikey15.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Mikey R15. So Mikey, you now have yourself some nice, fantastic advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. And with that, the thing we had adjusted was, starting today, each sub we were adding a Lego piece to the kit we've got over here, which we haven't been sharing what is. You'll have to figure it out as we go. So here's your next piece. Boom. You've got that. So you'll figure out what that is later. So there's the piece. And also, does anyone remember where we left off with the sub points thing? Because I can't use the number we've got here. I think it was behind by 3 or something like that. Were we at 160? Oh man, because I ended up being wrong on my guess of how many points are left, and I wanted to make sure I honored what I told people when there's like 13 sub points left, and I was off by 2 because 2 fell off. I'm like, nah, I'll pretend, or whatever it was. I don't remember what it was off by though. I want to say we're like, what would we say, 164, 165, somewhere in that ballpark. I want to make sure I'm doing right by people. I just don't honestly remember, because I didn't write it down once it got all scuffed. Which is the reason I'm not doing it the same system next month, because the thing I had planned on using, which is Streamlab labels, still thinks I have 21 sub points. Which is definitely not what we have, because every tier 1 sub is 1 point. So I hate to break it to you, Streamlabs, we definitely have more than 21 points. And I tried everything to get it to like reset and come back. I'm like, alright, that's fine, I just won't worry about it then. So I've had to like manually calculate it, because the idea is it's for the month of December, you know, and I'm counting this stream, like when it comes to an end, this is going to be included in December. What is happening to that wheel? Okay. It's like strobing for some reason. Like the light effect is struggling or something with it when I zoom out at all. Okay. That's fine. But yeah, I know it's all good. I want to say we're around like 164, 166 or something like that. If we get to the point where we're close to the 180, which would be our next milestone before the stream's over, then we can worry about like how close we actually are. Like I could go in afterwards and figure it out. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But unless we're like actually close to that, it doesn't really matter. We'll just assume it's something like 14 sub points as like like if we hit 14 more sub points, I'll just go with it. We'll do the same thing we did earlier. I'll give you a discount. But if we hit 180 sub points, the idea is I will have one of the days that I have off normally next month, or this month we are now in. We'll take one of the days off. I'll hop on Discord and we'll play some games. That won't be on stream, but it will be on voice chat with people and all that, which is the first time I will have done that. We'll have a poll on the Discord of like what games we want to play, and we'll adjust based on how many people show up. Like if we have just a couple people show up, we can jump in and play like Phasmophobia or whatever, you know, Left 4 Dead. I don't care, just something small team. If we end up having a decent number of people, but not a huge number of people, then we could do stuff like Among Us or Town of Salem. If we get a whole bunch of people, we can do like Jackbox games. If it ends up being just a little bit over what we can do in a round of any of those games, we'll just, you know, if it's say like Left 4 Dead or whatever, or Phasmophobia, well, I'll use Phasmophobia. We can do Phasmophobia, and then like one round we have people in, and then the next round we like, you know, 2 people step out, 2 people step in. But we can figure that out if we get there, because I'm not going to worry about how it works unless we, you know, unless we pass that milestone, because otherwise I put a lot of effort into something that doesn't ultimately happen. And then if we hit 200 sub points, we're going to host like some type of if you change the goal here to Twitch sub points, would the counter be shown to Steam work for that? Yes, it should work for that. The only thing that'd be a negative, I mean, it would cut off the stuff for the end of November stream, so it might be off by a point or 2 with that, which I was including. It's fine if it doesn't. But yeah, now if we switch it to sub points, my plan for this coming month is to change the way I'm doing it, where I will have daily sub goals. Like, I'll have a daily bit goal and a daily sub goal, and at each time we hit those, it gets a point. And then if we, you know, like double it, you get 2 points or whatever, and we just try and hit, you know, some simple number of points or whatever. So that once a day's done, it's just, you tick the box, and you know, that's where we're at. And I don't have to do, like, the back and forth being like how many points I'm at. I think that'll be easier. And then plus I can set up fun stuff to go with it. I wanted to have that all prepared before the change of the year, but that didn't happen. Because I keep hyper-focusing on other things that aren't that, and then they don't get done. It's just ADHD and how it works. To be fair, the other things I've been hyper-focusing on are probably, I wouldn't say they're more important, but they're also things that are really big that I want to get done. So, at least what I'm hyper-focusing on is still productive, and not, you know, obsessing over this or that, which is going to do nothing. Because that certainly happens. How am I doing on time? Not great. That's fine. I wanted to get to the point where we could see the cash out and bread this stream. Sadly, I do not think that is going to happen. That said, we're only like 15-20 minutes from when that would happen. I would just need to finish planting this field and the next field, and then fertilizing all 4 fields. The problem is, realistically, that's going to take me like a half hour or so. So I'm just going to finish planting this field up. We'll get through this. That way I can remember where I'm left off by just taking the planter here. I'll go to my last field that I have not planted, and I will park this facing it, which will already tell me... That's the way I've been kind of reminding myself of what I need to do, is I will take the big blue tractor, which I use for just about everything, and I will park it at the very next task. It's like, this is what you're doing next. It's facing it, it's ready for it, you'd have to do the part that takes time. You know, it says, it takes time to get things done, then adjust them as needed, and then there's always more things to do. Yeah, you've got time to do 10 things, and you've got 40 things you want to do. There's going to be some things that don't make the cut. And I'm really salty that I'm going to run out of seeds. And the answer of how I should deal with this, man, this maintenance cost is getting bad. We're already a third of the way on repair, and we're still just, you know, planting these now. I don't want to replace the tractor at a earlier priority than it already is. I think we're gonna have to deal. I'm gonna get my better equipment, then we're gonna get the extra tile, we're gonna get the warehouse, and then we're gonna do the better tractor. Because I do get about 30,000 back for the tractor, but the problem is the replacement tractor for it's gonna cost me somewhere in the ballpark of 250,000 to 300,000. We'll drop this here. Yeah. I gotta figure out what's going on with the keyboard, that the button clicks aren't registering as, you know, every time. Because that definitely is a thing that's happening. It doesn't seem to be all keys. I'm gonna be really annoyed if this keyboard already has a problem, because it's a relatively new keyboard. I've only had it a couple months. But it does seem like there's a handful of keys that aren't registering well. So I'm gonna try, you know, after stream, unseating the cable, reseating the cable, you know, dusting off the connections and all that, and see if we get any luck with any of it. So one package of seeds should be plenty to finish out what we're doing. Maybe it's a software-related problem. It could be. Like, that's the whole thing, is I noticed it I've noticed it when I'm typing. Because those are cases where you're pushing a bunch of keys in sequence, you don't like hold the button down on them for a length. Versus when I'm doing something that I'm holding the button, I don't really notice as much because it doesn't matter if it doesn't register for just a second a lot of the times. Honestly, with just buying one, I didn't need the trailer. I could have just brought the cedar and done it that way, but we're already here. I debated getting another package of fertilizer. I want to avoid that if I can, but if I have to, I have to. Don't mind me, I'm going to hit snooze on that for a moment. Because I don't want to subject everyone to another round of ads if I don't have to. So there's a little bit yet till the ads show up, so I'm going to still try and avoid that last round of ads, because we're going to finish this field, and then we're going to go ahead and find someone to hang out with and all that good stuff and get a raid going and whatnot. Are those two fine? Bread, you're good. Flour, you're getting up there, but you're good for right now. But yeah, I could try going and checking. Remember when your mouse side buttons didn't work because the software had to be updated right now? Oh yeah. That was I can't remember exactly how that went. But it was like suddenly like everything wasn't working, and then it had like the prompt that it was updating or something like that. I was like, what? Come on. You can't just do that. Oh no, but that's the thing. I'm gonna have a whole extra field I need to plant still, so I shouldn't have to worry about it. Like we are gonna have to fertilize, but I already am going to know I need to fertilize these, and that'll be enough to remind me. I just need to make sure I have the tractor pointing, so I know for a fact. Oh, I need to seed this last field. It's leaving that reminder of where to start, and then usually the rest kind of falls into place. Unless it's something that I'm going to forget, like, there's a tree stump over there that needs to be ground. That kind of thing I'll forget. But with something the size of these fields, I'll be able to look to see that these aren't fertilized. Like, I'll know the other one isn't fertilized because it won't be seeded yet. And I'll need to fertilize that, which will remind me I need to fertilize this, which will remind me that I have them kind of off by one day, and I need to fertilize all of them. There's a very strong chance I'm going to have to buy another container of fertilizer the next time I stream this. It is what it is. The good news is that the last purchase I have to make before it's time to sell all of that bread. And that bread should be 1,600 a container, or a pallet, or whatever. So we should make some pretty solid money on that. And plus, I still have like another 20,000 liters of flour in the bakery making bread. So we are probably going to hit the point that I'll have just a bunch of spare flour to sell as well. At least you can fill up the applicator from the sprout. I'm not going to be filling up the fertilizer from it, because that fertilizer has a completely ridiculous amount it can store on it, that when I've walked under it and I've toggled it for just a second, suddenly $9,000 was gone. And don't get me wrong, I got $9,000 worth of fertilizer, but also, I don't exactly have $9,000. And we've also found that if I tried to use it and I didn't have enough money, it was really kind of not great in how it worked. I do think long-term, when I have money to spare, that is going to be great to use. But right now, I'd rather have control, because it seems to be the price is basically the same. That I can just buy a container, one container, and know how much I've got. We'll top this off. Alright. But yeah, so I've got all this bread sitting around over here. So that should be good money. We've also got 20-something thousand flour, or 20-something thousand flour in the bakery. So that'll be good. This is exactly what I do right here. So if I pull this right up here, next time I pop in, I see I've got a planter, a tractor, and an unplanted field. I can do the math. Let's take a quick look at this, because it should be around 20,000 liters of flour in there. Nope, I'm wrong. It's about 15,000. That's fine. I think I'll be okay the next time. And just making sure this is nowhere near full either. You store, I think, 20,000, so you're getting there. But, with that said, we're not going to finish our day. But what I am going to do is I'm going to pop up here. I'm going to hit save game before I forget. And don't go anywhere, because we're going to go find someone for us to raid. But thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in, who's been hanging out and all that good stuff. I do really hope you've enjoyed the stream. If you have enjoyed the stream and you're not already following, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find me back here in the future. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and find someone for us to raid. And again, Happy New Year for everyone. I really do appreciate that you would spend your New Year here. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. And on top of that, I do hope you enjoyed it. Oh, and also, for those of you who are on YouTube, make sure you like and subscribe. You're going to be ending stream on you. And TikTok and all that. Let's see who I can find for us to raid tonight. I know I have been raiding kind of the same